गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान ने करना है।
All right, shifting our focus to some more breaking news that's coming in, and this is hot in the area of politics, ladies and gentlemen. This is about RJD Tejasvi Yadav being named as the RJD president. But what's more interesting is how Lalu's daughter and Tejasvi's sister has called the elevation of Tejasvi Yadav a big conspiracy. This is a political family drama that has now come out in the fore between Lalu Yadav and his family. Tejasvi Yadav has been appointed as the RJD National Working President in the leadership transition. Now, this happened in presence of Lalu Prasad Yadav at the National Executive Committee meeting of the Rashtriya Janata Dal in Patna. And this happened today. Tejasvi Yadav was officially named the party's new working national president. But it seems Sister Rohini isn't very happy about the elevation of her brother, Tejasvi Yadav. Lalu's daughter has now come out in the open, calling it a conspiracy. Prakash, my colleague, who has been tracking the Bihar politics for quite some time now, is joining us on the phone line. Prakash, this is a new family drama that has emerged. Sister Rohini going all out against her brother and father's decision of elevating Tejasvi Yadav to RJD president.
Well, amidst the tension in the family, as far as Rohini and Tej Pratap Yadav has sounded a protest bugle. And now this event, when Tejasvi Yadav today was appointed as the National Working President of the RJD, now the party is totally in command of Tejasvi Yadav. He can take all the important decisions of the party. And it has happened the same way as it happened in Uttar Pradesh when Akhilesh Yadav was appointed as the president of the Samajwadi Party. Now, the message is clear that the party belongs to Tejasvi Yadav, and after a severe drubbing in the recently concluded Vidhan Sabha elections, Lalu Yadav has sent a message to the party cadre that his legacy is being transferred to Tejasvi Yadav, and he would take over the reins officially. In the recently held assembly elections also, the tickets were being distributed by Tejasvi Yadav. The party was in control, and there were several questions raised against Sanjay Yadav, his advisor, and who is a Rajya Sabha member as well. Now, we expect that the internal feud within the family would come to the fore more strongly, but Tejasvi Yadav has taken on the mantle, and the legacy of Lalu Yadav has been transferred to Tejasvi Yadav, but the time will tell how far Tejasvi Yadav goes in the political arena of Bihar.
All right, Prakash, one last question before I let you go. Sister Rohini has, of course, called it a conspiracy. She says that the elevation is nothing less of a conspiracy. So then you have been tracking Bihar politics for quite some time now. What is it that Rohini was actually expecting? Was she expecting her name to be put out there as the RJD working president?
No, not at all. She wanted her father, Lalu Yadav, to continue. And the way the coterie, Mr. Tejasvi Yadav is controlling the party, she had raised the bugle then, and now it is on expected line. But it has been on expected line that the younger son of Lalu Yadav, Tejasvi Yadav, will soon take over the mantle of the RJD presidency. And it has not come as a surprise because Lalu Yadav was grooming him since 2010. Assembly elections, when even though Tejasvi did not contest assembly elections because he was underage and he was being groomed, because Tej Pratap Yadav, we all know how unpredictable he can get. So as far as the maturity goes, Tejasvi Yadav has been transferred on the legacy of Lalu Yadav.
Right, Prakash, thank you very much for getting us those details. We will keep coming back to you. This stays as one of our focus stories. And with that, we move on to some other stories that we are tracking on the broadcast. This one is making international headlines. United States President Donald Trump has threatened to impose 100% tariffs on goods imported from Canada if they went ahead with their trade deal with China. In a Truth Social post, Donald Trump has lambasted the Canadian Prime Minister and said that if he thinks he is going to make Canada a drop-off port for China to send goods and products into the United States, he is mistaken. Here's what the story is all about.
They should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
But Canada doesn't live because of the United States.
Canada thrives because we are Canadian.
If Canada makes a deal with China, it will immediately be hit with a 100% tariff against all Canadian goods and products coming into the USA.
President Xi and I are announcing that Canada and China are forging a new strategic partnership.
The last thing the world needs is to have China take over Canada. It's not going to happen or even come close to happening. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump.
In an effort to reduce its dependence on the United States, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has signed a landmark deal with China as part of a new strategic partnership.
And so I'm pleased today to announce that Canada and China have reached a preliminary but landmark trade agreement to remove trade barriers and reduce tariffs. By March the 1st, Canada expects that China will lower tariffs on Canadian canola seed to a combined rate of approximately 15%. Canada has agreed to allow up to 49,000 Chinese electric vehicles into the Canadian market, with the most favored nation tariff rate of 6.1%.
The Canadian Prime Minister aims to counter the American threat by forging an alliance with China.
You manage those threats by building resilience, building security. You manage those threats through alliances. You manage those threats through engagement. And we're pursuing all of those.
Ever since learning of the strategic deal between China and Canada, Trump has used every available platform to criticize Canada and its prime minister.
Going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us. By the way, they should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your prime minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statement.
Canada is against the Golden Dome being built over Greenland, even though the Golden Dome would protect Canada. Instead, they voted in favor of doing business with China, who will eat them up within first year.
Now, facing constant bullying from the United States, Canada is pushing to stand on its own.
With our economy under threat from abroad, Canadians have made a choice to focus on what we can control. You are choosing to put your hard-earned dollars behind Canadian businesses and Canadian workers. Canada's new government is doing the same with our new Buy Canadian policy. We're on a mission to build big, from millions of homes that will improve affordability, to major projects that will transform our economy, to the new military hardware that will protect Canadians and our sovereignty. We will build big with Canadian materials, Canadian steel, aluminum, and lumber, with Canadian technology and with Canadian workers. We can't control what other nations do. We can be our own best customer. We'll buy Canadian, we'll build Canadian. And together, we will build Canada strong.
And let's also have a quick check of all the other stories that are making headlines. This is Bharat in 1 minute.
Police have unearthed a well-planned religious conversion racket run Jim Jihad in Mirzapur. In a specific case, Delhi police has arrested
A dispute that began over children playing the online PUBG 2 months ago escalated into a brutal assault in Latharveda village, where members of one group attacked a father and a son of the former other group with shovels and iron rods. Both were seriously injured in the attack, and they have been referred from Roorkee Civil Hospital to AIIMS in Rishikesh. Ahead of Republic Day celebrations, Delhi Police West District team conducted a major operation against criminals under Operation Kavach 2.0. During the operation, within 24 hours, 147 teams raided 325 locations, arresting 586 people and detaining nearly about 1,400 people. A large quantity of weapons, drug, cash and other items were also recovered. The Government Railway Police has arrested a man in connection with the fatal stabbing of a junior colleague teacher inside a Mumbai local train near Malad station. During the altercation, the accused allegedly stabbed the teacher in abdomen with a sharp object before getting off the train at Malad and fleeing the scene. The incident took place on Saturday evening and it generated from an argument between the two passengers. Police have busted an alleged religious conversion racket in Uttar Pradesh's Mirzapur, with investigators claiming the operation was under the guise of gym training and fitness activities. Now, a major breakthrough. Delhi police have arrested the prime accused, Imran Khan, from the airport. Here's a quick report on that.
Police have unearthed a well-planned religious conversion racket run gym jihad in Mirzapur. In a specific case, Delhi police has arrested the key accused Imran Khan. Police confirms that Imran Khan used to blackmail girls using fake relationship tactics.
आज इसको ट्रांजिट रिमांड पर हमारी पुलिस लेकर पहुंची है। अब हम लोग इसको न्यायिक अभिरक्षा में माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष प्रस्तुत करेंगे। जो विधिक कार्यवाही है वो हम लोग अपनी सुनिश्चित करेंगे और इससे इंट्रोगेशन चल रहा है। जो भी चीज़ें होंगी आपको अवगत कराइए।
लकी को लेकर कुछ अपडेट है सर?
नहीं, अभी हमारी टीम लगी है, शीघ्र ही हम लोग पकड़ेंगे।
तो देखिए, एक बड़ी बात है, बड़ा अपडेट है कि किस तरह से एएसपी ऑपरेशन है ये मिर्ज़ापुर के मिश्रा जी, जिन्होंने ये जानकारी दी है कि किस तरह से ट्रांजिट रिमांड पर जो मुख्य आरोपी है इमरान को लाया गया है और ये पूछताछ जारी है। इसको अब कोर्ट में पेश करेंगे। कोर्ट में पेश करने के बाद भी पूछताछ जारी रहेगी। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट सचिन सैनिक साथ राघव पांडे, रिपब्लिक भारत, Mirzapur.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to slip into a quick break. But after the break, we'll get you two important stories that have been making headlines. Number one is, of course, how Pakistan-Bangladesh tango has been out there in the open. And AIMIM leaders have gone ahead to spark another row after saying that Bumrah will be turned into green. Now there's another leader, Imtiaz Jalil, who has echoed the same feeling. We're getting you those two top stories after a short break.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked me. So we'll see if that beeps anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanking. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. And so I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias.
Years of experience, I think I have a very strange equation with fame. I enjoy it sometimes, but I've always been this borderline reticent shy guy. Even today, I love taking the metro. I love having chat, or going grocery shopping with my wife. But I still want to go out and play cricket with my friends. I am famous. That's the reason I'm here with you today. I'm enjoying my time with you. Yeah. But I think I know the transient nature of this.
Yeah, you should know.
Always know.
Always know.
Can I ask you, you're so famous. How do you deal with this?
I have a theory about it. As a satire to my life, I say, you put a lamppost on TV for 25 years at 9 o'clock every night, it will be a very famous lamppost. Life has given me the opportunity of being at 9 o'clock, and now that I own my own network, whether people like it or not, I will come at 9 o'clock till I decide to retire because I can't be sacked. But the question is...
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked to me. So we'll see if that beats anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated...
Hello and a very warm welcome to all our viewers of Our Estate, Building the Nation. I'm Deepthi Singh. We bring you the key movements shaping India's real estate and infrastructure landscape. From luxury to infrastructure to big-ticket deals. Here are the top stories making headlines.
Delhi NCR developer India plans to invest 3,500 crore in branded residences in Gurugram and Noida, partnering with global fashion brand Ali Saab. The signature residences by Ali Saab in Gurugram will feature 300 luxury 4-bedroom homes sized between 4,200 and 4,650 square feet. The Noida project features 200 branded residences in 3 BHK and 4 BHK layouts of 2,850 to 3,810 square feet and 480 apartments in 1 BHK and 2 BHK layouts. Prices for signature residences by Elisab in Gurugram start at Rs 15 crore, and in Noida they range from Rs 9 crore to Rs 1.2 crore. An interministerial committee has approved India's first 15.8 kilometers twin-tube underwater tunnel under the Brahmaputra River in Assam. This project aims to enhance connectivity by linking Gohpur and Numaligarh, improving strategic access and regional integration for road and rail vehicles. The tunnel is part of a 33.7-kilometer project costing 18,600 crore rupees, including approach roads and railway lines. Funding will be provided by the Ministries of Road Transport and Highways, Railways and Defence. 11-acre land for 5,365 crore. Mumbai developers Sri Naman Group and Oberoi Realty are the top bidders for an 11-acre plot in Bandra East owned by Indian Railways, as reported by sources from the Rail Land Development Authority (RLDA). The winning bidder will lease the land for 99 years. The plot between the Western Railway tracks and the Western Express Highway has a reserve price of 5,365 crore rupees and is near the Bandra Kurla complex. The successful bidder must share at least 45% of the project's revenue.
With the budget around the corner, expectations from the real estate sector are building. Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh, one of the leading voices on Indian real estate, joins us now with a big story. Ashwinder ji, this budget is quite important. So what can we expect from the Finance Minister?
This budget, according to me, is a chance to unlock the middle-class dream of home ownership. Not through subsidies, but through smarter structures. Real estate doesn't ask for charity. It is asking for clarity, continuity and courage from policy. From where I stand, there are 3 focused moves that can genuinely transform the market. These are not wish list items. They are practical levers that solve real problems for both home buyers and developers. Let's break them down. Let me cover the part 1, which is the most important: relief for the genuine buyers. This is not a concession we are asking for, it's a correction. EMIs have actually doubled in the last decade, but the tax relief under Section 24 hasn't moved since 2014. We are asking to update that 2 lakh deduction to a minimum 5 lakh. It's a fair adjustment, actually not a favor. Then there's the upfront hit from stamp duty. For the first-time buyers, it comes right after a down payment and can be as high as 5 to 7%. That stalls many purchase decisions. We don't lose buyers on EMI. We lose them on the day one cash. A rebated or a graded stamp duty structure can solve that. So my request is, the EMI has moved with inflation, the tax benefits haven't. So please give those tax benefits to the end-use home buyer.
Could the Finance Minister also say something about stamp duty in this budget?
The tax credit was removed. The tax doesn't vanish, it hides. I'm talking of the input tax. The GST headline says 5%, but the real burden is higher because developers can't claim input tax credit anymore. That means buyers end up paying a hidden tax embedded in the final price. Materials like steel, cement, labor, all are taxed. If you remove the ITC, you are not reducing tax, you are just burying it into the pricing. What we are asking here is for one GST rate with full input tax credit, especially for under construction projects to build momentum, to give a good price benefit. Removing ITC doesn't make homes cheaper. It just makes the tax invisible. The buyer still pays for it.
My next question to you is, a large portion of the country's population lives in rented accommodation. So will this budget address this issue?
Rental housing is the economic infrastructure, and time is the hidden cost in this sector. India's cities grow on the shoulder of renters, the nurses, the teachers, the drivers, students, and young professionals. Before they own, remember, they rent. It's time we recognize this by granting infrastructure status to rental housing for workforce, students, and families. And lastly, let me talk about approvals. Every month of delay adds cost without adding quality. It inflates prices for the buyer. A 90-day single window approval framework incentivized for states can transform execution speed. So these are the 2 points. Rental housing is not a fringe, it's foundational, and faster approvals cost nothing to the exchequer but save lakhs for the buyer and can build a lot of momentum. I would only end it by saying real estate is not just an industry, it's where policy becomes jobs, homes, and city productivity. Fix these 5 levers and the market will take care of the rest.
Thank you, Ashwinder R. Singh ji. The expectations are clear. And now let's hear what the veterans of the real estate industry have to say about Budget 2026 on real estate.
We are around the corner for probably a memorable budget being announced by our Honorable FM. And the budget is the single most significant announcement made by the government every year to see that the growth of our nation towards a Viksit Bharat continues in its full pace. The definition of affordable housing should be restricted only to area and not to a price cap. Meaning that today the areas that are allowed in metros are 60 square meters, and in tier 2 towns or tier 1, tier 2 towns are at 90 and 120 square meters. We believe this should be the only definition. The current interest deduction that is offered in income tax is about 2 lakh rupees, which has been around for a very long time. It is on earnest request to Honorable FM to consider a no ceiling on interest paid, income tax deduction on interest paid for homes, because it's only with the growth of homes that the GDP of the country will be further assisted by the housing industry. And it is our Honorable Prime Minister's vision for homes for all. Every Indian should have the pride of owning a home. Ideally, we would request Honorable FM as B to actually allow us for input tax credits being reinstated with us, so that all payments made by the developers can be in line with the rest of the industries, and we can get the input tax credits for the same, allowing us to reduce the cost of our consumers when they are buying homes.
In the context of Budget 2026, it is imperative to notice that in our research, it shows that 40% plus buyers in metros like Bombay and Bangalore are struggling to get a house when they have a budget less than 1 crore. So what is very important in this budget is that the government thinks about giving incentives in terms of taxes and other things to builders so that the affordable homes can be encouraged. There's a huge demand for affordable homes, but the supply is not up to the mark. Apart from this, a single window clearance system for builders to get all the approval will also benefit in terms of the quickly delivery of projects. For consumers, it is important that government relooks at the tax benefit that is being provided, especially in terms of the home loan, so that more encouragement to the real estate sector can happen.
Today we are in a world where the global economy is uncertain, primarily on account of the geopolitical tensions. We would expect the government to have a three-pronged approach. One being to maintain healthy and strong equity markets. This would not just result in giving confidence to investors, but also creation of long-term wealth, which could then be allocated to real estate as a end use or investment asset. two being enhancement of the urban development in terms of getting better quality air, clean water, better waste management systems, and of course infrastructure development. And three, most importantly, being attracting or rather giving reforms which would attract foreign direct investment in real estate and infrastructure spending for the country.
For a big sector like real estate, our budget expectation would be one, affordable housing, which has been under stress, might get some relief measures such as expanding the definition of affordable housing in terms of both value and unit sizes. Currently in metros, it's up to 60 square meters. In non-metros, it is about 90 square meters with a value of 45 lakh. The other expectation from the budget would be increasing the home loan interest rate deduction limit from 2 lakh to about 4 lakh. Then our overall sense is that probably some kind of a GST rationalization can be proposed from say 18% to 5%, which will increase the overall access for credit for developers. Currently, it's only ECB which is allowed for townships or industrial parks and SEZ. Then grant of infrastructure status could be another factor which we would be looking for in the budget.
Easy payment plans sound attractive, but are they always safe? It's now time for Finance Ka Funda. We break down one popular home buying scheme, namely the subvention scheme, where buyers have to pay 10% on booking and the remaining at possession, and what buyers should really know before signing on. Here's Finance Ka Funda.
Subvention 10:90% is safe or trap. The 10:1 subvention scheme in Indian real estate promises zero interest for 2 to 3 years, where developers cover loan interest on 90% of the property value while buyers pay only 10% down. While marketed as affordable financing, it often comes with a 10 to 15% price premium and hides steep post-subvention EMIs up to 30 to 50% higher. Banks don't endorse these schemes. They are commercial deals between developers and buyers. If developers fail to honor commitments, as seen in RERA cases, buyers face sudden EMI hikes. With no legal obligation to continue interest coverage, these schemes lack transparency and risk protection. Misleading claims like zero interest violate consumer rights. Let's summarize the key pointer again. Banks do not endorse these schemes. They are commercial agreements. Developers' failure to fulfill commitments can lead to unexpected EMI hikes. Developers are not legally obligated to cover interest, raising transparency concerns. Misleading claims like zero interest may violate consumer rights. Experts caution that while it may not be illegal, it is often considered borderline deceptive, particularly when the terms are not clearly stated. Buyers should insist on written agreements, evaluate total costs, and verify RERA status. Without proper safeguards, the 10:90 scheme can turn into a financial pitfall rather than a viable solution.
Let's take a quick look at how key property markets are shaping up across the country. Policy moves, city-wise trends, and market signals all in action right here in Market Watch.
Uttar Pradesh Cabinet approved a flat fee of Rs 10,000 for registering ancestral property, partition deeds and reduced stamp duty on rent agreements by up to 90%. This decision seeks to minimize family disputes, restrict informal agreements and improve legal security. The minister also announced that reducing rental tenures and annual rent slabs by up to 90% will simplify and lower cost for rent registration, discouraging unregistered agreements. In 2025, India's industrial and warehousing sector demonstrated resilience, with leasing activity reaching 36.9 million square feet, a 16% rise from the previous year. By significant transactions, particularly from the third-party logistics, that is the 3PL providers, which made up to 45% of total demand. Delhi NCR and Chennai were the main contributors, together accounting for 46% of the annual leasing activity. In 2025, Mumbai's real estate market saw a significant slowdown, with new housing launches at a 5-year low, 42,643 new units, a 40% decline from 70,892 in 2024. Project registrations also dropped, with 689 new projects registered, marking a 5% decrease as reported by Maharashtra RERA.
Technology is changing how homes are built. In What's New, we take a look at construction methods that redefine speed, cost, and sustainability.
"3D construction printing is fundamentally transforming how buildings are designed, manufactured, and constructed worldwide. This cutting-edge technology uses advanced printers to deposit concrete and other materials layer by layer, creating complete structural components with unprecedented precision. Leading construction companies are rapidly adopting 3D printing for residential, commercial, and industrial projects. The benefits are substantial. Construction timelines are reduced by up to 70%. Material waste decreases significantly, and labor costs drop considerably. The technology also enhances worker safety by minimizing dangerous on-site tasks. Successful projects span globally, from 3D printed homes in Europe to office buildings in the Middle East and sustainable housing in Asia. Industry analysts project the 3D construction market will exceed $40 billion by 2030. Challenges persist, including establishing standardized building codes, managing equipment cost, and retraining construction workforces. Despite these hurdles, 3D construction represents a sustainable, efficient future for the building industry.
And now, it's time for Real Talk. Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh is in conversation with Mr. Vimal Nadar, National Director in Research of Colliers, decoding the road ahead for real estate in 2026.
My first question to you is, on 2026, what will the housing or industrial demand be like in this current year, in 2026? What does your report say?
Right, thank you. In terms of housing, what we expect in 2026, I think we expect this momentum to continue. I know in 2025, sales have largely remained stable with slight moderation, so we expect these elevated levels to continue. Key themes which we feel are going to drive the housing market in the entire country would be urbanization, surely, premiumization, and focus on green housing. So expect the market to remain strong. Tier 2, Tier 3 cities are expected to remain prominent. Now, what is going to drive these is, I think, infrastructure initiatives, improving regional connectivity in terms of expressways, newer airports. And we're talking about in bigger cities as well. The fringe areas, the peripheral suburban districts are expected to receive a major boost in this year, especially due to major connectivity related developments happening. So overall, we feel demand to remain steady at this elevated level. Talking about industrial, I think industrial has been on an expansionary mode in 2025. So our estimated numbers for 2025, I think we feel it should easily close somewhere between 30 and 40 million square feet. And so what is driving? Obviously, 3PL is driving, e-commerce is driving, engineering, manufacturing is driving. Other important factors for 2026 would be, I think this momentum is going to continue. So the future and as well as what we expect for industrial this year is quite upbeat.
What will the fractional investment segment in the residential market look like in 2026?
This is an interesting question because fractional ownership has received a much more regulatory push as well as the regulatory phase, I would say. So estimated numbers talk about easily 5 to 10 billion of investment in varied forms in unorganized fractional ownership platforms. So this also presents immense scope for this fragmented market to be regularized in the coming future. In terms of housing, we feel there's a lot of interest in luxury housing, in villas, in second homes, in vacation homes, all in all premium housing. We are also seeing active interest from NRIs as well as HNI community in this segment. So in terms of overall market, I feel it's going to be an interesting year wherein I think there will be a lot of regularization happening in terms of more fractional ownership platforms getting more facelift.
Is it better to invest in REITs or a real estate mutual fund? What is the difference between them, especially for the working middle class? Is this an important asset allocation product in the wealth management space?
I think difficult to answer in terms of a point blank thing, but I think our understanding so far is REIT is still at a very nascent stage. We have about 5 REITs, and I think an annualized return, if we talk about, which includes dividend distribution yield plus appreciation one, somewhere ranges between 10 to 15% or so, and could be on the higher side in select cases. In terms of mutual funds, it is again, so mutual funds varies in terms of what type of mutual fund it is, whether it is equity, whether it is debt oriented, but I think an average could be similar, somewhere around, it can be lower at 10-11%. I'm talking about a very average annually return over the last few years. And it can be as high as 15 to 20% also. But I think here the difference depends upon what type of the investor is and his factors like what asset is he looking at, what is the time horizon. In the current ongoing real estate investment cycle, I think REIT is, of course, a good option. But as I said, it depends what type of investor, risk appetite, time horizon, and the asset class which he is looking at.
Thank you, Vimal, once again for your insightful answers. And I'm sure 2026 again is going to be a great year for not just the home buyers, but also for investors in the real estate space.
Thank you, viewers, for tuning in. That's all from us on this week's episode. We'll see you next week with more news and updates on real estate only on Republic TV. Stay tuned, stay informed. Goodbye.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't spoken. No, he debanked to me. So we'll see if that beeps anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated Florida's deceptive trade practices law. The legal team for the president argues that Florida law explicitly prohibits financial institutions from terminating accounts or denying services based on a person's political opinions, speech, or affiliations. According to the complaint reviewed by Bloomberg, Trump's lawyers state that, quote, debanking is a matter of public interest and significant importance to all consumers and businesses in the United States of America. They argue that J.P. Morgan Chase, given its history and size, is a central actor in what they call a troubling saga. This lawsuit frames this not just as a personal grievance, but as part of a broader campaign against the weaponization of the banking sector. The allegation is that financial institutions are acting as ideological gatekeepers, cutting off access to capital for those who don't align with certain political views. J.P. Morgan Chase has been quick to respond, and they are firmly denying these accusations. In a statement released shortly after the news broke, the bank rejected the idea that political or religious factors play any role in who they do business with. Their defense hinges on risk, specifically legal and regulatory risk.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good evening. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. It's a Sunday, but a lot lighter for you in the show as the news flow continues here on Republic TV. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Tejasvi Yadav announces RJD working President Lalu's daughter calls Tejasvi's election elevation a conspiracy. Pakistan comes out openly to back Bangladesh. PCB chief Mohsin Naqvi threatens to boycott T20 World Cup. Back-to-back controversial remarks by AIMIM leaders after Seher Sheikh. Now, Imtiaz Jalil says not just Mumbai will turn entire Maharashtra green. Professor stabbed to death with a sharp weapon at the Malad railway station in Mumbai, accused arrested.
National outrage over infiltration after Hyderabad. Now Bengaluru calls for protests against infiltrators. The big story coming in this weekend is the leader of the opposition, Tejasvi Yadav, has been appointed as a working national president of the Rashtriya Janata Dal. And the announcement was made at a National Executive Committee meeting. And meanwhile, his sister has flagged conspiracy views and has reiterated that the party's control had slipped into the hands of infiltrators. So, huge update coming in on Republic TV. This is a fresh update as to exactly what is happening, the political updates that we're getting for you here, Republic TV. Tejasvi Yadav appointed as the RJD working president. RJD has formally elevated the former Bihar Deputy CM Tejasvi Yadav as its national working president. And this is coming as a generational shift in the party leadership as it looks to strengthen its footprint in the state's political landscape. So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. RJD working president. The new one has come in. And this is Tejasvi, who has been elevated. Appointment was announced during the inaugural session of the RJD's National Executive Meeting, where the party supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav handed over the appointment letter to his son in the presence of senior leaders. The former Bihar CM Lalu Yadav and Rabri Devi both present at that event. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV viewers. And this is coming the backdrop. This is coming the backdrop of some more updates, because we see that the sister has called it a conspiracy. Okay, let's go straight across to our colleague, our editor, Special Projects, Prakash, joining us. Prakash, we see a development there in Bihar. However, the sister has called it a conspiracy. Now, we have seen a lot of family feud there within the RJD, especially during the Bihar elections. What do you see happening next now?
Well, nothing is going to happen because Tejasvi Yadav has already been the second in command of the RJD for the past 10-12 years, because Lalu Yadav did see a potential in him. That is why he promoted his younger son Tejasvi Yadav instead of Tej Pratap Yadav for the Deputy Chief Minister's post. And we all know that Lalu Yadav has not been keeping well. So this decision was in the offing as far as RJD is concerned. And now, after a severe drubbing in the recently held assembly elections, and also, as a matter of fact, the internal feud within the RJD, as well as the family members, specifically Rohini Acharya and also Mr. Bharti becoming ambitious. So it was high time Lalu Yadav transferred the reins of the RJD to Tejasvi Yadav so that the things are under control. And as far as RJD support base is concerned, especially the Yadavs, which constitute around 14% of the electorate, Lalu Yadav has been the unquestioned leader, and he is transferring the legacy to his son, Tejasvi Yadav, who is being made the working president of the RJD. All those decisions will be taken by him. Now, as a matter of fact, with the ouster of Tej Pratap Yadav from the party and Rohini Acharya also sidelined, now the party solely belongs to Tej Pratap Yadav, because he's now in the saddle with as the RJD working president. So now the legacy has been transferred. Tejasvi will be in full control of the party. He will take all important decisions. Lalu Yadav is not keeping good health. So this is an important breakthrough as far as Tejasvi Yadav is concerned. The party is completely in his hand now.
Right.
Back to you.
And Prakash, it's very clear that the RJD is trying to change the strategy now after their drubbing in the Bihar assembly elections. What else do you foresee now? What more changes can we expect within the RJD?
Not in specific, it's a family-dominated party, and as we all see in the regional parties, whether be it Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal, Mayawati in UP, Stalin in Tamil Nadu heading the DMK after the demise of Karunanidhi, N.T. Ramarao's Telugu Desam party was taken over by Chandrababu Naidu. We have a lot of examples, and Mulayam Singh Yadav handing over the reins to Akhilesh Yadav. So in the case of regional parties, mostly it's a family-dominated party, with the only exception being Nitish Kumar in Bihar, whose family members are not yet in politics, with a loud call being made for Nishant Kumar being made the president of the JDU, but Nitish Kumar avoiding it as of now. But as far as RJD is concerned, the legacy has been transferred, with Rohini Acharya making a lot of noise.
Absolutely.
As she had left during the course of the Vidhan Sabha elections for Singapore and raising questions on Sanjay Yadav, the advisor to Tejasvi Yadav. So the internal family feud will increase, but there's nothing much left for other members in the family, because Tejasvi has been in the saddle for the past 10 years. Now the legacy has been transferred completely, and Tejasvi will be in full control.
All right, thank you, Prakash, for getting us all those details. We're getting some reactions. Another reaction is coming in from Virendra Yadav on Tejasvi's elevation. Let's play out all those political reactions coming in.
उनके पास कोई मुद्दा रहे तो लालू प्रसाद यादव और लालू यादव का परिवार ही मुद्दा उनके पास है। उनके पास कोई रोड मैप नहीं है, इसलिए इस तरह की बातें बोलते हैं। हम पर कोई निशाना नहीं साधा है, भाई वीरेंद्र पर कोई निशाना नहीं साधेगा। आप समझने में देर कर देते हैं, इसलिए ऐसी बात कर रहे हैं।
आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष लालू प्रसाद जी के आदेश पर संवैधानिक प्रस्ताव लाया गया। उस संवैधानिक प्रस्ताव में संविधान में उनको जो प्रदत्त शक्ति है, उसके तहत श्री तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव जी को कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष बनाया गया है। इससे निश्चित तौर से पूरे देश में देश के युवाओं का रुझान दल के प्रति बढ़ेगा और दल में नई ऊर्जा आएगी और ये युवा हैं, सभी जगह घूम करके संगठन को मजबूत करने का काम करेंगे और निश्चित तौर से दल आगे बढ़ेगा।
परिवार में एक नाराजगी नजर आई सर, क्या कहा सर इस विषय पर?
राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का ही आदेश था, उन्हीं के आदेश से हुआ है। परिवार में किसी भी तरह का कोई नाराजगी नहीं।
परिवार में रोहिणी आचार्य का जो ट्वीट आया सर,
सभी लोग सर्वसम्मत हैं।
कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष लालू जी के सहमति नहीं, आशीर्वाद से और पूरी राष्ट्रीय कार्य समिति ने सर्वसम्मति से एक ऊर्जावान नौजवान तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव को अपना कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष चुना है। अब पार्टी के दायित्व के निर्वहन की कमान तेजस्वी जी के हाथ में है। राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हमारे लालू जी बने रहेंगे, काम ये देखेंगे और पार्टी में गति लाएंगे, जनाधार फैलाएंगे, नए कार्यकर्ताओं की भर्ती करेंगे और जो संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पर हमले हो रहे हैं उसके खिलाफ संघर्ष को तेज करेंगे।
राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारिणी की बैठक में सभी लोगों ने तेजस्वी यादव जी को एक नई जिम्मेदारी दी है राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष के रूप में। पूरी छूट दी गई है पार्टी को सशक्त और मजबूत करने के लिए, अनुशासन के दायरे में पार्टी को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। देश भर में पार्टी का विस्तार होगा, राष्ट्रीय पहचान मिलेगी, राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बनेगी और जो वर्तमान राजनीतिक विषय था उस पर चर्चा हुई। जो भूमिकाएं रही है संवैधानिक संस्थाओं को चुनाव में, उसको लेकर के भी चर्चा हुई। सब विषय पर हुआ, हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे इसको लेकर के। इस होली के बाद पूरा संगठन को मजबूत करने के लिए आगे बढ़ा जाएगा।
परिवार में नाराजगी, परिवार में कठपुतली कहा है तेजस्वी जी को।
देखिए, पारिवारिक विषयों पर हम चर्चा नहीं करते। ये चर्चा हो रही थी राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारिणी की, व्यक्तिगत भाव किस रूप में है वो उनका विषय है, उस पर हमारी कोई टिप्पणी नहीं।
Viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started. We're getting some updates coming in. The Delhi police conducted a major search operation against criminals ahead of Republic Day. And within 24 hours, 147 teams raided 325 locations under Operation Kavach 12.0. As a result of 586 people were arrested and large quantity of weapons, drugs, cash and other items were recovered. Complaint has been filed by the Gurudwara committee with the Amritsar Commissioner of Police alleging that a Muslim man rinsed his mouth using the holy water at the Har Mandir Sahib. Now, the legal advisor of the Gurudwara committee stated that based on internal investigation, the young man had entered the premises with the intention of committing sacrilege. He further added that the CCTV footage does not show the individual offering prayers at any point. And the Forest Department has successfully rescued an elephant that was trapped in a pit. According to the sources from the Forest Department, the animal sustained injuries and is currently undergoing treatment at the Pollachi Government Hospital. Viewers, Pakistan has come out openly to bat for Bangladesh. PCB chief threatens the boycott of the T20 World Cup. The Pakistan Cricket Board Chairman Mohsin Naqvi has now come out in defense of Bangladesh, and the PCB chairman Naqvi has said that recent developments in the ICC Men's T20 World Cup are unfair to Bangladesh. So this is what we see, viewers. Bangladesh out of T20 World Cup. Scotland has replaced Bangladesh, and we see that Pakistan is backing Bangladesh. A lot of questions about the role of Pakistan in the T20. Let's go ahead and play out the reactions we're getting on the story.
आईसीसी से ज़्यादा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान के ताबे हैं, तो हमें वही करना है जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान कहेगी।
अच्छा सर, आपकी बड़ी तारीफ भी हो रही है इंडिया में कि आपने बड़ा स्टैंड लिया है। तो ये जो अभी रिसेंटली पूरा सिनेरियो चला था आईसीसी का, हम बांग्लादेश क्रिकेट के साथ कितना एक वोटिंग और इस मामलात में कितना एक कंधा जोड़कर,
मेरा ख्याल है बांग्लादेश के साथ ज्यादती हुई है, और मैंने आईसीसी की बोर्ड की मीटिंग में भी यही कहा था, आप डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स नहीं कर सकते हैं कि एक मुल्क के लिए आप कहें कि जी जो मर्जी जब मर्जी फैसला कर ले और दूसरे मुल्क के लिए टोटली ऑपोजिट फैसला करें। और इसीलिए हमने ये स्टैंड लिया है कि बांग्लादेश के साथ ज़्यादती हो रही है। बांग्लादेश को हर सूरत में वर्ल्ड कप को में उनको खिलाना चाहिए, वो एक बड़ा स्टेक होल्डर है और उनके साथ ये ज़्यादती नहीं होनी चाहिए।
सर, स्कॉटलैंड को कहा जा रहा है कि स्कॉटलैंड को ऑफिशियली तौर पे शामिल कर लिया गया है। आपने हम पीसीबी ने जो पहले मौका इख्तियार किया था कि हम भी बायकॉट की तरफ जाएंगे, तो इस वक्त पीसीबी का क्या मौका है?
देखें, अगर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान कहती है कि नहीं खेलना, तो वो 22वीं टीम ले आएँ, फिर जो भी आएगी, बट ये फैसला गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान ने करना है।
Fresh escalation has come out in the US-Canada trade relations. The President Trump has threatened 100% tariffs on Canadian goods, warning that closer Canada-China trade ties could endanger North American economic security. Canada's trade minister has now emphatically denied that Canada is trying to go for a free trade agreement with China, calling Trump's assertions a miscalculated move. Take a look.
US President Donald Trump issued a sharp warning to Canada, threatening to impose 100% tariffs on Canadian imports if Ottawa moves forward with any substantial trade deal involving China. The threat came in a social media post where Trump claimed China would exploit Canada's economy, undermining US interests. He even used a nickname for Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, calling him Governor Carney. Trump's comments came after Ottawa and Beijing agreed to resolve several tariff issues. However, Canada's minister responsible for Canada-US trade, Dominic LeBlanc, responded directly, saying Canada is not pursuing a free trade agreement with China. He stated what was achieved with Beijing was a resolution on several tariff issues, not a comprehensive trade pact. Canada's government also says its trade strategy centers on diversification, strengthening economic partnerships globally while maintaining close ties with the United States, its largest trading partner by far. This diplomatic row comes amid widening tensions following Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's recent speech at the World Economic Forum in Davos, where he critiqued coercive economic practices by major powers. The remarks drew rebuke from President Donald Trump and contributed to the current discord between Ottawa and Washington. For now, Canada insists no free trade deal with China, only targeted tariff resolutions and an ongoing commitment to its alliance with the United States, even as disagreements over trade strategy and global geopolitics simmer.
And coming up, viewers, back-to-back controversial remarks by AIMIM leaders after Seher Sheikh. Now Imtiaz Jalil says not just Mumbai will turn entire Maharashtra green.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't spoken. No, he debanked me. So we'll see if that beeps anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers...
Hi, welcome Dr. Debarag Banerjee, Chief AI and Data Officer, L&T Finance, for a presentation to India's credit on artificial intelligence in lending. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Yeah, sorry for the little, tech snap view, but okay. So we are on. I lead the data and AI function at Atlantic Credit, which is one of India's large, top-tier NBFCs. So before we talk about, so I'm going to walk you through what we are doing in terms of our AI underwriting, where our flagship underwriting engine called Cyclops is in production now for more than a year. How we are adapting AI to deal with images that handle very specific problems in rural and urban India, and how we are now augmenting Cyclops with Nostradamus, which is our portfolio optimization tool, and what is our way into agentic AI, how we are using it. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about the AI industry and what we should or should not do about AI regulations. So before we jump into AI, there is a kind of a popular notion that AI started with ChatGPT. Well, the actual story goes back to well into the 50s, early 60s, but it remained sort of this esoteric thing that a few researchers work with. Like, for example, my first paper in neural networks was way back in '93. At that time, computers probably had less computing power than my watch. Now, however, the machine learning part of AI, which neural networks and transformers are a part of, it first saw massive impact to the tune of billion plus users when phones started going digital instead of analog. And then when neural networks went from an esoteric reality to esoteric thing to a reality is when we figured that it can handle unstructured data like handwriting and other things. And finally, the Transformer paper by Vaswani really brought it to a point where we realized that we can generate using AI quite as well as we can do predictions, which is the form of AI that today everybody knows. Now, coming back to our business in India, which is a business of lending money, why does it all matter? So this is a scene you're probably all familiar with, that the dirty secret of Indian e-commerce is that it rides on these motorbikes that hardly cost about a lakh plus. But when a gig worker is using it as their means of income, they're hardly earning 50,000-ish a month, and that too not very regularly. Doesn't have enough money to pay for it upfront, so they have to get a loan, and with an industry standard 15% interest rate, that would be a fair chunk of their income. So traditional banks find it very hard to figure out how is it that they can separate the ones who would be responsible enough among the young population in India who can repay these loans and who cannot, leading to quite a bit of a gap in terms of lending to the near bottom of the pyramid. Now, we approach this problem by looking at not just the traditional credit history data, but also with the customer's permission, we look at their bank statements, the kind of payments that history that they have had, which reveals something about where they're spending their money, about the type of location they live in, and what that tells about the affluence and the existing fraud rates and stuff like that at that location. And with that, we create a model based on the past credit performance of our portfolio, and predict the probability that a particular customer is going to default or not default on their loan. And based on that, we stack rank them, or rather segmentize them from the best segment 1 to the worst segment 5. We give a preferential pricing, better LTVs to segment 1, And for the segment 5, we try to be risk contained and give an appropriately lower loan to value. That is the crux of Cyclops, which we launched way back in July of this year, July of 24. And then over a series of ever-increasing A/B tests, we got convinced in early Jan that, yes, we have successfully proved that this actually outperforms the old way of doing business. And since then, we have upgraded this real-time, model-driven way of doing underwriting twice, and now Cyclops is in its third incarnation. Now, this still will finally tell us that, yes, this is the amount of credit losses that we have squelched as a result of the growth we have produced once this book first starts to close around Jan 27th, right? So how do we know that we have actually improved things? So what we do is we looked at early indicators of default, like, for example, gross non-starters are the people who, on their first EMI itself, their bank withdrawal bounces. That rate has come down by about 1/3 from the beginning of the launch of Cyclops to now. And the other way to look at it is like-to-like vintage comparison. So if you look at the older portfolio and the control portfolio that was running at in parallel with Cyclops, and how the default rates progressed as the portfolio matured itself, the months on book (MOB) that somebody has been on the book, we see that all the other curves grew at a much faster rate, where we see more default coming as time progresses, compared to the green, which is the latest version of Cyclops, where the default rates are progressing at only 1/3 the rate. So early days, but still, if that trend continues, you can imagine the amount of credit loss savings that this will yield to a portfolio of our size. The other interesting aspect of this is when we took a look at what does this mean to the customer, we actually collaborated with a local university, Shivnadar, where some of their students talked to some of our borrowers, and they revealed something interesting. That because with all of this alternative data, we are able to make these decisions at a lightning speed of less than 4 seconds. The model is able to give a loan to those deserving customers who were otherwise not getting it. So they feel we trust them more than the other lenders, other equivalent lenders do. So Steve Jobs had this saying that a sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Now, trust is very human. Trust is magic. And that is what our customers felt, among many other things. Now, it's not just confined to two-wheeler lending. Even in the rural areas, where we are one of the biggest tractor lenders in the world, and by the way, India, by unit, is the largest tractor market in the world. We have been able to come up with a similar machine learning-driven underwriting model, but the type of data that we need to use there is very different. For example, we have geointelligence models whose output that we are using that utilizes things like which areas have what kind of level of development and access to markets and so on and so forth. There are acro models that look at, again, both from weather system as well as satellite-derived data. What is the kind of rainfalls and soil types and growth, etc., the crop growth that has happened, and then this being a very very face-to-face human-to-human driven lending model. There's also additional layers of intelligence that the field guys can bring back to us. This, along with the traditional bureau model, gives us our Cyclops model. And that's how we adopted Cyclops for the rural part of India. Now, not all data comes in the form of numbers in a spreadsheet. Sometimes data takes the form of of an image. So take an example again in the tractor world, where let us say you want to give a top-up loan on a tractor, or a tractor needs to go into auction. You need to come up with a valuation for it. Now, there's a big difference between a tractor in a good condition, great tires, and so on and so forth, versus one that is not. And how would you know that difference? So when the field agents go to evaluate the tractor, they take pictures, and then we have LLM-driven models that multimodally evaluate this and come up with a score. The score actually swings the price within importance order of more than 12%, and that makes sure a much more accurate valuation than it would otherwise. Another example of how we are adapting image-based data processing to the Indian context is in urban India. Indian cities are very heterogeneous. Even in the same pin code, you may have fantastically built, very affluent neighborhoods with large, tall buildings right next to areas that are economically stressed, have small hutments next to each other, huddled together, call them slums or otherwise. And how do we separate this one neighborhood from another when they are just across the street from each other, sometimes not even that? So we came up with an algorithm that originates from the Google Earth data, which Google pre-processed into open buildings data. And then on top of that, we created a set of algorithms where within a 100-meter by 100-meter grid, we can rate an area about whether they are a well-developed neighborhood or they have these dense population clusters. And it turns out that they also correlate very highly with the type of delinquency rates that we see in our two-wheeler and our personal loan portfolio. Now, one common theme I think that comes across from all this is ultimately we are taking data of all kinds, of many kinds, right? And then we are putting a prediction engine on top of that utilizes this data to come up with a granular prediction of the default probability and so on and so forth of each user. And then based on that, we make decisioning, all of that in real time, on what kind of loan to give a particular applicant. So that's the basic philosophy of Cyclops. The same thing we're using for two-wheelers with a certain kind of data, with farm with a very different type of data, some overlapping, some not. Also brought the same concept to our small and medium business loans, where we get a similar outcome, and then our personal loans where Cyclops recently launched. Now, in this whole thing about which data to use for which kind of decisioning, there is a question. What is the return that I ultimately get from using this data versus that data? Now, instead of leaving that question again to a kind of qualitative assessment, we came up with a way of actually computing what we call RODI, return on data investment. Simply put, the amount of credit losses that I'm saving and the amount of extra income opportunities that I'm generating by taking the no versus yes decisions, that is my return, right? And the cost of the data, the processing of it, and so on and so forth is my investment. So that ratio is what it is. And then we have came up with methodologies on how those can be quantitatively analyzed. Now, I'm actually fairly new to finance, more like an AI guy, right? But one thing I learned very quickly is that in the world of lending, you know a customer only to a certain extent before you actually give him the loan. Right after you give him the loan, his true color emerges. Now, that color, whether it is green, a customer going from stage to stage of life where he will eventually become a prime customer even though he is too young and too early in his journey to appear so, or is he going into economic stress that we did not realize he would run into at the time of onboarding, which may take him to default. How do we monitor that, and how do we act on that? So that was the motivation for our portfolio monitoring tool called Nostradamus, which is powered again by data and AI. Let's take a listen on how that works. Now, we have Cyclops and we have Nostradamus. How do they work together? So, quite simply, Cyclops is the pre-onboarding decisioning tool based on data. That hopefully leads to disbursement of a loan. Many of those together makes for a portfolio. Now, that portfolio then, we utilize these new sources of data on a continuous basis, whether that is financial data, whether that's macroeconomic data, whether those are app-based digital data, in order to model the users, every user, the millions and millions that we have on board, and then model what kind of early warning signals we may be getting from them, which can be used either by our credit and business teams in order to drill down to any particular areas, in particular cohorts, and take decisions. Or, increasingly, we are using a chat GPT-like system that we created ourselves called Orion, that with which they can actually get the answers even without having to dig through tons and tons of data themselves and get actionable decisions. So these decisions can either power relevant collection actions, like which customers to allocate to which kind of collection channels, or complete the loop by taking actions on the Cyclops models themselves and keep them afresh and keep them updated by continuously upgrading them. So that's how Cyclops and Nostradamus comes together for the type of portfolios that are mature, are ready enough so that decisions can essentially be automated. But that is not so for all kinds of loans. Like, for example, every small business has its own unique characteristic. Every home loan has a ton of paperwork that somebody has to go through. And sometimes these applications take days and days and days before the applicant even knows whether they got a loan or not, which affects the quality of lending, which affects the quality of everything else. Now, can we actually accelerate that? And can we enable the humans who make these decisions to make quicker decisions with AI? Turns out we can. And that was the motivation behind Helios, what we call our underwriting co-pilot. So in an underwriting co-pilot, what we do is we take a number of sources of data, whether it's the bureau report, whether it is which looks like this, right? Pages and pages and pages and pages. Believe it or not, today, underwriters have to go through all this. And now, with AI, we quickly generate not only the basis of the numbers they have to plug in, but also questions that they need to go back and ask the applicant. Similar things for bank records. Instead of pages and pages looking at it, we get insights based on that. We can get a early warning signal that, okay, this can be of this thing to focus on or that. And then that gives the Copilot user a very easy way to understand where they have duplication, where they have anomalies, and how they can make faster decision to decide whether to go forward with that particular loan or not. Now, that is about Helios. Now, on this, it would be really great if you can make the audio work. Can you? Yes, no? Great. So the next thing I wanted to show you, unfortunately, the audio is not working. It's a little hard. Okay.
Namaste.
Okay. So this is the voice of an AI agent. This is not human. When somebody does not pay their EMI on time, we have to the audio did play. Can you try it again?
नमस्कार, मी काई L&T फायनान्स कडून कॉल करत आहे. मी राजकुमार राठोड बोलत आहे का?
समझ गया, ध्यान रहे. देरी से बाउंस चार्ज लग सकते हैं.
माफ करा, पण मी आपल्याला मदत करू शकत नाही. मी L&T फायनान्सच्या वतीने कॉल करत आहे आणि आपल्याला आपल्या थकीत EMI बद्दल 7,238 रुपये आठवण करून देण्यासाठी संपर्क साधला आहे. आपण आज पेमेंट करू शकता का?
कि आप कल किस समय पेमेंट कर पाएंगे?
ठीक आहे, धन्यवाद. तर आपण आजच पेमेंट करणार आहात, हो ना?
And it's available also in languages like Marathi and 11 other Indian languages. This, today, can replace at least half of the type of collection calling that otherwise humans have to do. It's not only expensive to use humans for this, but it's a really tedious job. So this is an example where AI can really take over entire conversations, right, and entire processes over, and yet with a very humane impact. Now, another way in which we are taking AI to face our customers is CAI, customer AI. And now this is a chatbot, but it's unlike most chatbots you might have interacted with on a website. Why? Because not only does it authenticate you and know you and bring your data together, but if you're interacted with most chatbots, they seem to follow a formula, and then if it doesn't quite, what the customer wants does not quite, fit there, it gets stuck there. And the best you can hope for is that some human will pick up. In this particular case, because it is powered underneath by multiple LLM calls meshing together into the right agentic workflow, it gives both accurate answers free of hallucination, and also it understands you the same way if you walked into a mortgage advisor's office and asked him general questions about your mortgage and specific questions about your own one. And again, this is available in all 11 languages today that we are supporting, and we plan to continue increasing this until all our target customers are reached in their own mother tongue. Now, that's what we are doing at L&T Finance. I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about how AI, what is happening in the world of AI in general. So, pace of AI is clearly accelerating. We see a new model almost every other day beating its benchmark, and for task after task, we are seeing AI crossing the Turing bound where it is doing better than humans. We are seeing an increase in the data with which these models can be trained, and we are seeing more and more efficient algorithms that can take better decisions and smarter generations. But at the same time, something else is happening. The call for regulating AI is clearly accelerating as well. There are already actions taken by EU, for example, and several other governments are considering EU AI regulation. Now, why is it that such a nascent, such a accelerating technology is producing such a regulatory reaction? Some of these are related to certain myths. So first is that AI is very expensive, and whoever spends the most on GPUs is going to win. And yes, there was a time when that was the case. From going from zero to the first to the GPT 3.5 model, it took about $6 billion for OpenAI to reach there. But few years later, we see that a group of pretty smart computer scientists at DeepSeek cracked this code and cracked these algorithms and made them efficient enough so that they made R1, their first model, with less than $6 million. That's a 1,000x drop in building a capable enough LLM. Another myth we keep hearing about is that AI will cost jobs. Even Jeff Hinton famously said that there's no need to study radiology anymore because AI will take all of the radiologists' jobs within 5 years. Said that in 2016. That was 10 years ago. I don't think any radiologists have lost their job yet. Another is that if we let AI take decisions, then what if it takes the wrong decisions? Or what if that leads to some really bad outcomes at scale? And that was a very relevant fear until about 12, 13 years ago, because for most tasks, humans were outperforming AI. But task after task after task, we are seeing AI do better and more accurately compared to humans. Something to realize here is that the alternative to AI is not some, super efficient, super accurate outcome, but an outcome by a human, that red bar, which will not move with technology. Then, last year, came out this MIT paper that, AI is all great, but 95% of AI initiatives and enterprises actually don't see the light of the day. Well, at a very factual level, that was true last year. But if you then dig further into the data, why is it that enterprises like us are able to get business value after value from AI initiative after initiative? It's because if you try to take a workflow that was originally meant for humans and then try to force fit AI and say, okay, I'm just going to take this human out and put an AI engine in and everything else will work, it will not. And there are, great quotes from Elon Musk on this. Well, the way to make it work so that it gives you the right outcomes is by reimagining the workflow first, by thinking that, okay, these are the things I'm going to automate with AI. And then you need to bring the whole village, you need to bring the whole enterprise, all the other functions, not just the data science function, to adapt and change to that workflow, and then you see the kind of successes that we have seen. Now, just to bring it to something historical but real and very relevant to India. Not too long ago, just a few decades ago, Kolkata was a great center of intellectual productivity, right? So many Nobel laureates, so many good science graduates, and so on and so forth. Compared to that, Bangalore at the time was a small industrial city. However, sometime a few decades ago, the government in Kolkata got very leery about adopting computers in banks and other places, putting the brake on the oncoming IT revolution, which Bangalore adopted. And look at the outcome today. Bangalore is clearly, outshining as the Silicon Valley of India, and Kolkata has fallen behind. Now, the reason I'm talking about this cautionary tale is because when it comes to regulating AI, we need to make sure that in a global scale, the type of regulations that we bring about puts us into a position where we innovate and where we grow. Now, here I want to end this with a hopeful, with an optimistic note. So very recently, there was an advisory committee of RBI called the Free AI that came up with an outline of how AI may be regulated in the financial context. And I'm very happy to see that they actually came up with recommendations that, that strongly favors innovation while keeping the right responsibility, the right level of risk-calibrated regulations. That is definitely hopeful, that is definitely optimistic, and I hope that as India progresses on its AI journey, we continue to produce a world, produce a country that favors innovation and rides on top of it. Thank you.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला। ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल्दी और जीरा सिप MDH का जल्दी और जीरा सिप।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked to me. So we'll see if that beeps anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanking. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated Florida's deceptive trade practices.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, we'll get started with the headlines, but let's talk about the story happening in Bihar. Tejasvi Yadav getting elevated in the party and sister Rohini Acharya not so happy with the elevation. We'll get you all the details, but let's take a look at the headlines. Tejasvi Yadav announces as RJD working president. Lalu's daughter calls Tejasvi's elevation a conspiracy. Pakistan comes out openly to back Bangladesh. PCB chief Mohsin Naqvi threatens to boycott T20 World Cup. Back-to-back controversial remarks by AIMIM leaders after Seher Sheikh. Now Imtiaz Jalil says not just Mumbai will turn entire Maharashtra green. Professor stabbed to death with a sharp weapon at Malad railway station in Mumbai. Accused arrested. National outrage over infiltration after Hyderabad. Now Bengaluru calls for protest against infiltrators. Viewers are beginning this bulletin with a big breaking news coming in Jalpaiguri. A dog was seen roaming around the locality with the head of a newly born baby. Now the question, how did a dog in fact get a newborn baby outside the hospital building despite such strict security arrangements and security guards in place of mother and child? Hospital officials now claim that this is a child of our hospital. Besides, the police has also been asked to investigate the entire episode at this point. Viewers, again, Republic will ask questions as we continue to demand accountability from the government, and our campaign Progress for the People continues. It's a concerning case that has come to light from Jalpaiguri. Viewers, a dog is seen roaming with newborn's head near hospital. All right, my colleague Kishale now joins me on this. Kishale, do tell us, it's a concerning news that has come to light from Jalpaiguri. A dog seen roaming near the hospital with the head of a newborn baby. What details do we have?
Well, exactly. This shocking visual that is on air right now, this is of Jalpaiguri Super Speciality Hospital, and Mamata Banerjee has been naming hospitals. She's the health minister of the state, but what is the situation of the hospital is very clear from this visual. This is the head of a newborn baby being carried away by a dog near the hospital. This is close to the ward where all the newborn children, newborn babies are kept. So this is an infant ward where this happened. Now, hospital authorities are telling us that probably this child was already dead, and the dog took out that dead body and removed the head, and now is carrying the head away. But questions about what is the situation of the hospital, how this particular hospital is completely out of its infrastructure, out of the basic infrastructures that are needed to be maintained, is a question that people of West Bengal are asking. Mamata Banerjee herself, being the health minister, is also liable for all the situation of these hospitals, where she has been claiming that she has spent a huge amount of money to revamp the infrastructure of the hospitals. Now, this is not the first time that a dog is seen carrying dead bodies or parts of bodies in and around hospitals. This has happened in South 24 Pargana, North 24 Pargana, in and around Kolkata, Barashat and other areas. Now, similar situation is happening in Jalpaiguri. People are asking what is the basic situation of the health and infrastructure of the state, but Mamata Banerjee has no answers to it.
Right, of course, those are the questions that will be asked at this point from the government, from the officials involved in this case. But Kishale, we understand that investigation is ongoing. Where are we looking at in that regard?
Well, it happened twice in the same day. Once in the morning, this was seen where a dog was carrying a part of a child's head. On the other hand, a few hours away, another dog was seen carrying another child's arms. Now, after these visuals became viral on the social media, the police has also been brought in to see how the situation is completely out of the hand of hospital authorities, where they don't even have basic control over where the dead bodies go, if these are at all dead bodies. The hospital authorities are claiming that these are parts of the dead children who has been kept in mortuary of the hospital, but how dogs are entering that area and taking away head and arms of children is a question. Also, police is looking, according to sources, into the situation where they are investigating whether these body parts are from any living child or not. So the police has been involved. On the other hand, hospital authorities are also conducting their own investigation into the matter. A committee is probably set according to sources.
All right, Kishle, thank you for joining us and giving us those details. And now we are shifting focus. A political storm has shook the very core of Maharashtra. This comes after AIMIM leader Seher Sheikh sparked a controversy about painting Mumbai green. And now, in a fresh development, Varis Pathan has said he will not just make Mumbai but also India green. Now, the statement has triggered sharp police action as well and reactions from rival parties, as well as reigniting debates over communal rhetoric in local politics. So, a streak of controversial remarks coming in from AIMIM leaders where they talk about painting Mumbai, Maharashtra and now India green.
कहते हैं कि नहीं साहब हमने है तो कंप्लेन दे डाले है, एक्शन लेना, किस कानून के तहत एक्शन लेना है मैं उस तोते से पूछता हूँ, बताओ मुझे कौन से कानून के तहत। मैं मुंबई की पुलिस से ये सवाल करने के लिए आया हूँ, कौन से कानून के तहत तुमने है तो ये नोटिस दिए है हमारी बच्ची को। हुकूमत, एक सुनिए, पहले हुकूमत आपकी है तो क्या मतलब ये है कि कानून आपके।
All right, now joining me on phone line is Varis Pathan. Varis Pathan, do tell us, what do you mean when you say you're going to paint not just Mumbai, Maharashtra, entire India green?
Well, what I said is clear. I support my party statement that why only Mumbai and Maharashtra. We will paint the entire India green because our party's flag color is green. And everybody has aims and ambition that his party flourishes and the flag of their party is hoisted all over the country. Why should we not do that? It is our party's official flag color. And what is harm in the green color? It is a color. The color is our tricolor. But these people, they want to communalize the issue and polarize the situation, and they've divided the country in the name of colors now. Green is yours, orange ours. Kav is ours, goat is yours. But this is not the way they have been. But what we have said is, we are under the Constitution. We follow the Constitution, and there is nothing wrong in that. One day, inshallah, we are hopeful that the entire country will be in green of our green flag, which is our party's official flag color. But they want to just target one girl who won the election in Mumbai, and she said something, she gave clarification that why she said that. She said after not only in the 5-year one now, we can win 25, 30, and one day we'll see to it that the Mumbai is green. Our party, Imtiaz Bhai said, Maharashtra will be green. We want our candidates to win, and in every nook and corner there should be green color, which is the color of our party's flag. And we are happy for that. Hopefully one day it will happen. What's wrong in that?
All right, you say this is nothing wrong. This is the color of the flag of your party, and this is, in fact, an electoral statement, not a communal one. But then why did your corporator apologize over giving a similar statement?
She said yesterday that she did not give any written apology, as per my knowledge. She has not given written apology. She said, I clarified the situation, that what I meant was simple, that one day our party will flourish in Mumbai and there will be green everywhere. I said that there will be green everywhere in the country. Why should my party not flourish in the country? We also want our permanent MPs to win the election, and everywhere we should have our green color. The entire country will witness this. Why should we not have that hope that our party's flag will flourish everywhere in the country one day? It's a green color. And why are they against the green color? It's the color of our national flag, madam. It's color in our national flag. Yeah, these people, they did not like the flag color. They always said that no, our color is saffron. They always said that no, they did not even hoisted our tricolor on the headquarters for almost 52 years. So these people, they want to communalize the issue for their own thing. But we say, and our motive was simple, what we said, we stand with the girl, and we support the statement given by the girl and Imtiaz Bhai.
Mr. Varis Pathan, you say that it is a normal statement, not meant to, heighten the communal tensions. BJP is calling this statement a vote jihad. Breaking news at this point. EU Commissioner President Ursula von der Leyen, we're getting you visuals, live visuals of her. In fact, remember, she is the chief guest for the 77th Republic Day celebrations. All right, my senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joining me on this. Abhishek, how do you look at this visit? EU chief visiting India, and we're looking at a boost to India-EU ties.
Well, you see, this is European Council President Antonio Costa now being given a guard of honor. Remember, this is a state visit for the EU leaders. Earlier, we had the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen arriving yesterday. And both the leaders are, in fact, together being given the guard of honor as a state guest. Being a state guest comes with the tappings of all this protocol. So we are seeing the formal part of the state visit now panning out in front of our eyes. After this, the leaders are going to be chief guests at the Republic Day parade ceremony tomorrow. And they would be accompanying the president in her buggy, and we will see them come down from Rashtrapati Bhavan through the Rayasena Hill down to the Kartavya Path and watch the 90-minute parade. And as of now, of course, the Guard of Honor, Tri-Services Guard of Honor being given as Antonio Costa, the European Council President, has arrived. Of course, the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, was here yesterday only. It's a significant visit panning out in front of our eyes. Essentially, the European Union and hence Europe pivoting away from the United States with the kind of wrecking ball that American President Donald Trump has thrown at them with Greenland. Ursula von der Leyen announced from Davos that she would be visiting New Delhi and would be signing what is being billed as the mother of all deals. And India-EU FTA is going to be signed that day after tomorrow, following the India-EU summit. That's the annual summit dialogue. But, of course, the icing on the cake this time is the big deal that's being signed. In fact, it is believed that about 40 billion euros worth of goods and merchandise is going to become tariff-free. And that's a significant takeaway, as von der Leyen had announced in Davos that this is going to include about 25% of global GDP, 2 billion plus people. And that's the reason in terms of numbers that is being billed as the mother of all deals. The build-up has been super cool so far as geopolitical messaging goes, because Ursula made that comment while responding to the attacks that have come in from the American side, particularly President Trump on the issue of Greenland, because Europe is facing a situation where they have to defend their sovereignty vis-a-vis a very mighty ally and a NATO member at that. And so in that sense, I think what we are seeing is a very important geopolitical event panning out with the European leadership choosing India for their visit immediately after Davos. And of course, the signing of the trade deal, the India-EU FTA, for which we had seen push coming in from German Chancellor Friedrich Merz just last week when he was visiting New Delhi. And these are like very high-profile visits, which means, and look at these EU leaders present there, the diplomats there receiving the leadership of the European Union, the EU Council and the EU Commission presidents respectively, Antonio Costa and Ursula von der Leyen. And a very formal, remember the reason why this this tri-services guard of honor given to them at the airport because they are chief guests and at the Republic Day parade ceremony, and they are chief guests for Republic Day. And so the whole protocol of a state visit being extended to the EU leadership there in these pictures.
Right, Abhishek, their European Council President and the President of European Commission are receiving a guard of honor as they kick off their India visit. Now, Abhishek, you were talking about that you're witnessing a global churn. At this point, EU is looking for more reliable partners because US has certainly not proved to be one. And India is also looking to diversify its trade partners. So at that, in the context of that, we're looking at a boost to India-EU ties. What does India has to gain from this visit?
Well, you see, first, Europe is bristling with anger. They're seething in anger at the manner in which Trump has really rubbed insults left, right, center, from Greenland, even trying to compromise the sovereignty of a member state, territorial integrity of a member state, and then, of course, hurling insults like Europe did nothing for the United States post 9/11. I mean, the fact that Trump had to make a climb down on both on the issue of Greenland, or at least use of force on Greenland, and on the claim that post 9/11 Europe did not help. We have seen very, very strong statements coming in from European leaders, unlike the last 1 year where Europe thought that they could indulge with a bully. We have seen Keir Starmer ask for apology from Donald Trump. We have seen Giorgia Meloni express dismay at the manner in which the American president has belittled the contribution and sacrifices made by Europe in coming to the help of the United States post 9/11, to the extent that we had Nero chief mentioning in front of Donald Trump that in terms of per capita contribution, it was Denmark which was ahead of any other nation in Europe, which is now the target of Trump attacks, both verbal and even physical, in terms of wanting to snatch away Greenland from Europe and from Denmark. So I think in that sense, there is a geopolitical backdrop in which this visit is happening. And the fact that despite signing agreements both with EU and United Kingdom, we had Trump slapping 10% tariffs on the issue of Greenland on 8 European nations. I think we have a geo-economic backdrop also of the India-EU FTA, which is going to be signed on Tuesday, that's the day after tomorrow. So I think the build-up has been fantastic. As I mentioned, even India has been on the wrong side of Trumpistic for obviously very Trumpist reasons, if nothing else. And while India has weathered the storm a little better in terms of succeeding at least in stonewalling insults with President Trump time and again, only mentioning that Prime Minister is a great leader and fantastic leader and a true friend and whatnot. The fact of the matter is that on the economic front, the turbulence is well ongoing, and the geo-economic turbulence of Trump policies is something which the rest of the world is facing and trying to tackle. So, for example, we have seen in the last 1 month alone, European leaders trooped down to Beijing, and in fact, we are going to see Keir Starmer of the UK traveling to China. We have had Emmanuel Macron of France and German Chancellor Mark Carney of Canada visiting Beijing, and we are going to see German Chancellor Merz also announcing that he's going to be visiting Beijing very soon. So I think the pivoting away from the United States for Europe is perhaps going to be a painful process, but obviously it's going to be a gain for multilateralism. It is going to be a gain for international rules-based order. There has been a breach of Bretton Woods consensus and the collapse of the Western hegemony, and Europe in dismay, the fact that ally like the United States is bringing it upon itself and bringing it upon them. So you are going to see a lot of that happening going forward. But in the pictures, what we are seeing is the European leadership really recognizing India's role as a rising economy. And in that statement that Ursula von der Leyen made in Davos, she clearly said that this is the fastest growing major economy of the world, and you cannot be ignoring countries like India anymore. And so I think the FTA gains that much more salience.
All right, viewers, Abhishek Kapoor laying down the context against which this visit comes in. Thank you, Abhishek, for those inputs. And now, viewers, moving on, Indian Army has released a video saying witness mounted columns, advanced vehicles and integrated systems in motion at Republic Day Parade. Now, on January 26 this year, pride, courage and national spirit take center stage, marching towards a future-ready force shaped by Atmanirbharta, technological excellence and an unwavering commitment to the nation. Take a look at this video. All right, viewers, we're getting live visuals of European Council President and the President of European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, on your screen as the visit from European leadership kicks off in India. Remember, these two top leaders from Europe are also the chief guests for the 77th Republic Day celebrations. This, as we're looking at a mother of all deals to be signed between India and EU. You're looking at more deals to be also signed in the realm of defense and security at a time when we're witnessing a global churn in politics as well as geoeconomics. So at that time, when India is looking for more reliable partners and Europe also trying to navigate its relationship with the US, we're looking at a major visit by top European leadership to India. In fact, European Council President and President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, they're both the chief guests for the upcoming 77th Republic Day celebrations that will take place tomorrow. We're also looking at both the leaders to meet the Prime Minister, hold talks with him, as well as call on President Murmu. A big boost to the ties between India and European Union. And at this point, we're getting live visuals of European leadership receiving card of honor. Take a look. All right, visuals there of top European leadership as they kick off the visit. You can see on your screen Ursula von der Leyen. All right, viewers, you can see on your screen European leadership as they kick off their India visit, a major visit. We're looking at a boost to ties between India and European Union. In fact, there Ursula von der Leyen receiving a warm welcome. On your screen, along with our European Council President as well. New Delhi rolling the red carpet for European leadership as we're looking at a mother of all deals to be signed between India and European Union. Now, both these leaders on your screen are also the chief guests for the 77th Republic Day celebrations tomorrow. And then we're also looking at meetings taking place between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the European leadership. A crucial visit for both India as well as EU as we look at an effort to cement the ties and to upgrade, in fact, the partnership between India as well as European Union. All right, viewers, we're looking at European leadership in India right now on your screen as they kick off their visit. New Delhi rolling the red carpet for the top leadership present in India as they kick off their visit. All right, on the other side, EU chief in New Delhi as they kick off the visit, and both the top leadership will be attending the 77th Republic Day celebrations as chief guests tomorrow.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't spoken. No, he debanked to me. So we'll see if that beats anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanking. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and
Humans are going to work with AI. As artificial intelligence, AI becomes deeply embedded in enterprise systems, the question, of course, no longer remains whether humans will work with AI or not. It will become about how well that partnership, in fact, progresses, how is it designed in first place. And scale without harmony risks alienation, and automation without empathy risks erosion of trust. And so our next speaker meets us at this intersection. He operates from there with extensive experience in enterprise communication platforms and AI-driven customer engagement. He brings a growth-led yet human-centric perspective on how intelligence systems can amplify human capability rather than replace human capability. So please welcome Mr. Sachin Bhatia, co-founder and Chief Growth Officer, Exotel, as he shares his perspective on human and AI harmony at scale.
Namaskar, everyone. So I graduated in 2001 from one of the IITs in computer science. And at that time, IT in India was Satyam, Wipro, Infosys, TCS, Cognizant, HCL, in short called Switch. And when I used to ask people, what companies do you respect globally? The answers should be Apple, Google, Microsoft, Adobe, IBM. IBM was respected at that time. One question that bothered me is, why is India not delivering products? And when I listened to the questions around frontier models and foundational models, the same spirit is there. So we should keep that spirit alive. And with that spirit, I start my talk. So across the last 25 years, I've observed two major technology shifts, right? I think internet and mobile would be those two shifts. And what we are witnessing is the third shift. And what we have done in the last perhaps 1.5 decades, the question that we used to ask ourselves was, if India has all the engineers that are building everything that the Western world is imagining, why can't we build our own products? That was the thought that kept me awake, and I thought, agar IIT se padha hu to bhuka to nahi marunga, so I should try. I should try building it myself. In the process, I'll learn why India is not building products, right? And my journey from 2003 till today has been to deliver a world-class product company out of India, and I've been at it at the same company, right? So there are some learnings that I have, and AI perhaps is impacting our space more than anything else. Okay, yeah. So last 1.5 decades, I think we have done a really, really good job at whatever has worked in the West, we bring it to India and scale. So we got taxis and make them very accessible. These days we have issues there also with cancellations, but that model has scaled well. We got an app where you can discover local hotels, and that scaled really well. We got local deliveries like crazy. We have optimized the hell out of it, 10 minutes, and it's a national debate. And it has become a hobby to order twice because you forget something. In fact, at my place, when a Blinkit order gets delivered, the first question is, kiska Blinkit aaya hai? So I think we have adopted those models in the West really well, and I use the word adopted with a little bit of confession. And it has been good because it has made the digital literacy in the country really, really move up. My dad can now use an app very, very easily, and I think these apps and these models are really great at teaching people how to use some of these tools and frameworks. It has also done something else which is good, which is we have created a large talent pool of product people in India. So now there are product UX engineers, really high-end engineers available in India, and I think that's a very, very good mix. However, the same framework must not be used for AI. And I do not say this with an ego or a pride that India has to deliver its own foundational models. I say this because India is actually very different. Okay, so we cannot copy-paste what is happening in the West into India. And the reason is not because I get emotional about it that India, if China has delivered a foundational model, India should also deliver it. It is because the constraints in India are very, very different. And if you don't consider constraints, usually your products become a bad fit. And we should make sure that what we deliver for India today is useful and meaningful for India. There are two spaces, and all of you would have heard of it, apart from the ChatGPT or a Gemini that all of us use as consumers. There are two spaces that are getting really disrupted. The first is AI is really getting good at coding. I don't know how many of you have used it, but I think there was a news yesterday or day before yesterday that Claude launched Claude Work, which was created in two weeks, and 100% of that was coded by AI. So I think this is one trend which is really, really, really foundational to how software would be written in the world. And the second trend is conversations, especially business to consumer conversations. And that's an area that I understand, and that's an area that I want to talk about today. Word over, people believe that most of the business conversations that we do today with the bank, with the retail company, with the e-commerce company would be automated. But I believe that India there is very, very different. India is not just a very large market. It's a mix of hundreds of languages, multiple dialects. We heard the previous speakers talking about it. There are nuances, cultural nuances, that somebody who's talking to you while solving your problem has to understand. And if you don't get that right, the trust would break. So we can't copy-paste a model. We can't think of how the West is thinking. In India, we intuitively know this. We love to discuss, we love to negotiate. Most businesses run on large-scale conversations. Everything is negotiated in India. Relationships, salaries, marriages, especially marriages. And that's a nuance which is not true for a lot of other countries. It is true for some countries like Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia. I think there are India-like countries that are there, but not true for the West. In West, everything is set framework. You don't need to talk a lot. In India, we love to talk a lot. I don't know how many of you remember that Airtel ad, "Baat karne se hi baat banti hai," right? Which encourages you to talk. So India is like that. Imagine that you were doing a bank transaction and your card got blocked. You actually need somebody to say, "Haan sir, bataiye kya ho gaya?" And that conversation should end with, "Chinta mat kariye sir, ho jayega." If you don't have that in India, the customer will not feel satisfied. You can't give them a ticket number. They don't feel satisfied, right? Whereas in the West, there is this trust that if a ticket number is given, something will happen. Here, if you don't have an assurance from somebody who's a human being, who's empathetic, it is your accountability. You have told me solve ho jayega. If that is not done, our customers don't feel satisfied, right? All of us here would feel that. If you don't have an assurance from a human being, you will not feel that my problem will be solved. A system cannot solve my problem. That's cultural. That is also because for anything to get done, we have always been made to wait. And wait because we are so many of us, right? So queues is a common thing. Okay, I'll tell you a joke. You put a queue anywhere in India without asking, what is the queue for? People will stand in the queue because something good will happen at the end of the queue. I don't know how many of you have experienced this, how many of the new generation has experienced this. But if you put a queue in India, at the end of the queue, there is a pot of gold. Something is there, some value is there, right? So I call it the trust tax, right? So in India, the cost of getting trust is that you have to wait. Sorry about the clicker. But the cost of getting trust is that you have to wait. So while the world is thinking about, can I use AI for completely replacing humans? And I'm not against bots. I think bots or agents or whatever you're going to call them are pretty good because they are very quick. They get the context. They can solve small problems. You don't have to wait. That is a failure mode in India because you can't get trust like that. And the second model is you put humans everywhere. The trust tax of waiting has to be given. So all of us are so used to your call is important to us, but all our agents are busy. That doesn't happen in the West. There are enough people staffed to answer whatever queries are coming. But in India, we have to wait for 5, 7, 15, 30 minutes. The maximum I've waited on an IVR is 30 minutes, and that's a very unique India problem. It is because the organization cannot spend more. The margins are not there. So how do you solve for this conundrum? How do you solve for this very unique problem that India has, that trust can be done only if humans are there, but you can't staff enough humans, otherwise the business model will completely falter. What if I tell you that there is a third model possible? And that is what I'm going to talk about today. Think what is it that you want to eliminate? While the West is saying that labor cost needs to be eliminated, I think how to eliminate waiting, how to eliminate repetition. How do you eliminate the wait out of the customer? And how do you eliminate the scenario where the customer has to repeat themselves? How many times it has happened that you call a bank or a company in the morning? I'm not against banks, but banks we all call a lot, so that example comes out. But you call a bank in the morning, and you call them in the afternoon, and they appear like complete strangers. You have to repeat everything that you have done with the previous context, right? So how do we eliminate repeating, and how do we eliminate waiting? That's the framework with which we should approach the problem of automation rather than labor cost arbitrage or removal of labor cost. If we get this model right, if we get this model of making AI and humans work together where wait is eliminated, repetition is eliminated, what are some of the new roles that would come for humans? All of you are aware of air traffic control. So there is this lot of traffic happening and there is this human which is observing it. What if humans could now observe AI and train it for correctness? What if humans could now course correct wherever AI is going wrong? So you have a role called observer. You can have a role where a human can actually audit real human conversations and real bot conversations and then say, here are some of the rules that will make those conversations better. How about having people who have authority to take decisions come at the right time during the conversation and solve the customer problem rather than just asking for queries? So humans should be used where humans are valuable, where judgment is important, where trust is important. And machines can help you take context very quickly and solve simple problems. This is a new paradigm of thinking. As I said, the West is thinking about removing cost from service or removing humans. That model will not work in India because trust is required. So you bring in a human as soon as possible, but don't make them do things that a machine can do. So visualize this model that I'm talking about. I call it harmony. Think of it as Vasudev Kutumbakam. When we think of the global world, we think of AI also like that. How do you bring best of AI, best of humans, and have a method by which context can be passed very quickly and pass it to humans? We call it the AI-human harmony. Okay, so the simple method to understand this. What should humans do? And what should machines do? And what should systems do? Machines, you should handle all repetition. No human should be subjected to repeating the same thing 200 times a day. By the way, if you go to a contact center today, that is what happens. Some of you would have experienced it with your friends. We have, I think, over a 10 lakh workforce in contact centers today. So machines should handle repetitions. Machines should get context very, very quickly. You should no longer be required to say, press 1, press 2, press your patience. You should just say what you want, and a machine should be able to understand it very quickly and pass it on to a human. Machine should also be able to do simple resolutions. If it's just about blocking a card, it can be done very quickly. But if it's about understanding your loan and giving you a plan, a human being is required to, because there is trust, empathy, risk that is to be handled there. And what should humans do? Humans should handle emotions, empathy, exceptions, judgments. And what should systems do? As context moves from humans to machines, they should be able to do like a relay race baton pass. There should be no friction in what was told to the machine and what is understood by the human. If we get this right, ladies and gentlemen, while the world is thinking about how AI will replace jobs, if India is able to figure out, especially in this very large space of conversational economy, how humans and AI will coexist and what systems, frameworks, models would enable this to happen, I see this to be an opportunity like no other. And one opportunity that I feel, one area where I feel proud of, where India has done really well. And it was not because it was made in India, because it solved for scale, trust. Everybody knows the UPI model, right? The UPI model came out of India, and then whole of Africa, whole of Asia, just adopted it. Not because it was Indian, not because it was made in India, because it was solving problems at scale, and it was not based on credit cards. It was not based on too much greed of commissions. It was based on how can we scale something which just works and is really fast. I believe that we have a similar opportunity in the conversational commerce space, where India can export this model of AI-human harmony to the world. How Exotel thinks about it, we have been solving this problem for quite some time. AI should handle volumes, humans should handle moments in any conversation. And all conversations can be broken up into this is just transaction and this is where the crux of the matter is. So if you can bring in a human being as soon as you sense need for empathy, fear, emotion, bring in a human being to handle that conversation. Until such time, make sure that the machine has collected enough context about the customer, their problem, and what has been happening with them in the past. Lastly, we handle about 100 million conversations a day on our platform. So if any of you are interested in knowing more about this or discussing more about this, talk to us or get in touch with our team. But I will repeat and summarize once again. We should not copy-paste what the West is thinking about what AI will do to human beings. In a lot of markets, it completely makes sense to replace humans with machines because of the cost, because of the cultural nuances, because of what customers expect. In India, the problems are different. Our customers require trust. Our customers love conversations. So don't stop delivering that value. Bring in AI to handle repetitions, handle volumes, completely get rid of queues, and pass on the context to a human being as soon as possible. If we do this well, we'll not only solve for our customers, but most likely we'll give the world a model, which will be like the UPI moment for India. Thank you.
Do you sit among the audience to watch your films?
I do.
Did you watch 12th fail audiences?
One experience was such, I quickly will share this with you. I was in Delhi, I remember Delhi PVR. Interview sequence has just begun. I walk in and I sit right next to a man, a senior citizen. Everyone's engrossed in the movie. Nobody knows the time. And especially he does not know I'm sitting right next to him. He just clutched my wrist.
While the movie
was on, and he was weeping. When the movie got over, he wiped his tears. The house lights came on. When the house lights came on, I would generally, before the house lights would come on, I would get up and leave. But I just didn't feel like leaving or asking him to move his hand because he'd held it so tight. I could sense that. I felt that
the movie has wrenched it out.
Yes, I felt that intensity in his grip. And when he noticed me, I know that sigh. I still have that sound in my ears, like, oh. It is the greatest blessing that I recognize today. I want to continue doing that.
Born in the mighty Himalayas, forged in the harsh, frozen valleys of Ladakh, the Zanskari pony, a rare gift of nature to Bharat, one of India's few native horse breeds, endangered yet unbreakable, resilient, fearless, unmatched. At the world's highest battlefield, the Siachen Glacier, where oxygen thins to nothing, where blizzards howl and temperatures plunge to -40, where even machines surrender, the Zanskari pony marches on. Let us now journey with the silent soldiers and join them in their debut march at the Kartavya Path, Republic Day Parade 2026.
और हमें सुबह वहाँ पे 6 बजे रिपोर्टिंग के लिए बोला जाता है।
तो सुबह 6 बजे जाने के लिए हमें रात को कम से कम 4 से 5 घंटा पहले 2 बजे हम उठते हैं। 2 बजे हम तैयार वगैरह होके और 2:45 बजे के आसपास जो हम इनके पास आते हैं और फिर 3:45 से 3:45 तक 1-1.25 घंटे तक हमें इनको ग्रूमिंग देना पड़ता है, क्योंकि रात का जानवर लेटा रहता है, बैठता है, उठता है। तो पूरा ग्रूम करके साफ सफाई करके हम इनको साफ करते हैं। उसके बाद हमारा जो वेटनरी डिपार्टमेंट है, वेट सर है, वो उनको पूरा वेटनरी चेकअप करता है, इनका मेडिकल चेकअप होता है, इनका पल्स रेट वगैरह लिया जाता है। उसके बाद फिर हम इनको पानी पिला के फीडिंग दिया जाता है। ये सब चीजें करने के बाद फिर हम अपना जो सामान है वो पूरा सामान हम अपना गाड़ी में लोड करते हैं और फिर हम इनको जो है वहाँ ले जाने के लिए यहाँ पे पास में एक रैंप उसमें लोड करते हैं। इस सब कार्रवाई में करते करते हमें यहीं पे जो है करीब 4 साढ़े 4 बज जाते हैं। यहाँ से फिर हम जाते हैं पीबीजी ग्राउंड के पास, जाके हमें वहाँ पे इनको एक रैंप है, वहाँ पे हम इनको अनलोड करते हैं और वहाँ से और जहाँ पे CP1 हमें पहुँचना होता है वो भी वहाँ से करीब 2.5 से 3 किलोमीटर दूर है। तो वहाँ से हम इनको वॉक वहाँ से ले जाते हैं। तो इस पूरी कार्रवाई में कम से कम हमें 4 से 5 घंटे का समय लग जाता है।
This year, RVC has also included into its contingent the Zanskari ponies and the Bactrian camels, which have been brought down from high altitude, the most inhospitable terrains, where they have performed and their performance has been validated in terms of tons and tons of load which they have ferried, which would otherwise have costed thousands of sorties for helicopters. And they have proven themselves, and when they have been brought down, they have generated immense interest amongst the public.
एल्टीट्यूड एरिया वो सियाचिन ग्लेशियर में 40 से 60 किलो वजन लेके बड़े आराम से चढ़ाई भी चढ़ जाते हैं और उतने में उतर भी जाता है और इनको कोई दिक्कत भी नहीं आता है। जैसे -20 डिग्री में भी हो, बर्फ में भी कोई दिक्कत नहीं आता। क्या वो सियाचिन ग्लेशियर में 40 से 60 किलो वजन लेके एक दिन में कम से कम 40 किलोमीटर का ये यात्रा कर लेते हैं और बड़े आराम से कर लेते हैं, चढ़ाई भी चढ़ जाते हैं और उतर जाते हैं।
नुब्रा से रहने वाला हूँ, इसके साथ पूरा देखभाल करता हूँ। पूरी इन बीमार भी काम आते हैं, ये हम बच्चों की सारा देखभाल अच्छी तरह से करते हैं। मेरा नाम संजय मोहम्मद है, मैं नुब्रा पट्टापुर रहने वाला हूँ। मैं 2012 से अभी से कोर्स में काम करने वाला हूँ और इनका देखभाल पूरा काम, घास दाना पानी सब खिलाते हो और इनको बहुत से प्यार करते हो और इन्हें से खिलाते रहता हूँ।
जैसे कि ये पोनी हमारे लिए बहुत सेक्रीफाइस करता है, ये किसी भी कंडीशन में रहे, किसी भी हालत में, दिन रात कभी भी हम इसको ड्यूटी के लिए तैयार कर देते हैं। तो ये अपना व्यवहार से कभी ये पता नहीं चलने देता कि मना कर रहा है, हमेशा तैयार रहता है ड्यूटी के लिए। और ड्यूटी पे जैसे पोस्ट पे हम चलते हैं, कभी कभार ऐसे कारावास आते हैं या खाए आते हैं जो हमें खुद को डर लगता है, पर ये निडर होकर बिल्कुल आगे आगे ड्यूटी के लिए चलते रहता है।
जैसे कि हम अगर इनके चैलेंजेस के बारे में बात करेंगे तो बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस आता है इनके रास्ते के ऊपर। हम ड्यूटी करते हैं, ये जानवर ज्यादातर नॉर्थ ग्लेशियर और सेंट्रल ग्लेशियर के ऊपर बहुत सारे कारावास आता है। कारावास के और रास्ते भी बहुत छोटे होते हैं, दुर्गम होते हैं। उसको अपने शरीर और पूरे सामान, एम्यूनिशन जितना भी ये लेके जाता है, पूरे सेफ्टी के साथ बचाता हुआ अपना गंतव्य स्थल में ले जाके छोड़ते हैं हम लोग। और ये पोनीज बिल्कुल ही इतना अपना दिमाग से चलता है, इनको जब लगता है कि आगे जाके कारावास है, वो अपना खुद के सेफ्टी के साथ साथ सामान के सेफ्टी करके भी लेके जाते हैं। और ये 15,000 फीट तक एक दिन छोड़ के एक दिन या डेली ये हमेशा तैयार रहता है अपना ड्यूटी के लिए।
भाषा समझता है, जैसे मैं इसको बोल रहा हूँ 8 ये खाने के लिए रेडी है और बिल्कुल क्लोज जाऊंगा तो कुछ नहीं करेगा, ऐसे कि मतलब फ्रेंडली रहता है मेरा, ये दोस्त या भाई मान लो वैसे ट्रीट करता है मेरे को। इनके पैर राजस्थानी कैमल है, उसी की तरह इनके भी गद्दीदार होते हैं और लंबे समय तक चल सकते हैं। ऐसे नहीं कि इसके घिस जाते हैं, घिसते नहीं है, यानी कि ये रोड पे हो, चाहे पथरीली भूमि हो या पर्वत पे चढ़ा हो, कहीं पे भी सब जगह कंफर्टेबल रहते हैं।
जय हिंद। The participation of Zanskari ponies and Bactrian camels in the Republic Day parade on Kartavya Path stands as a testament to the importance of animal soldiers in the Indian Army and the recognition of their invaluable service and sacrifices. It is an historic moment for the Remount and Veterinary Corps. Jai Hind.
Remount Veterinary Corps की जय! Remount Veterinary Corps की जय! Remount Veterinary Corps की जय!
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked me. So we'll see if that beeps anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and violating state consumer protection laws. The core of the complaint is that J.P. Morgan Chase violated Florida's deceptive trade practices law. The legal team for the president argues that Florida law explicitly prohibits financial institutions from terminating accounts or denying services based on a person's political opinions.
You became very famous during Balika Badhu. At that time, there was a huge amount of fame and focus, right?
There was.
People must be writing about you. The media must be after you. The paparazzi would have written about you.
There were no paparazzis at that time.
You're not that old. Don't bull.
I mean it. There were no paparazzi.
You were no paparazzi at that time.
There were no paparazzis.
They didn't chase you when you came out of the gym, when you came out of home.
No.
This has happened now? There was no Viral Bayani then?
Back then, it was just,
What do you mean back then?
No,
if you keep talking, I'm over a decade older to you. If you keep saying back then I'll stop driving the car here.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean...
What am I then? Back then.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat.
watching Republic.
I'm Shivangi Shukla. You're watching 6 Stories at 6. Let's see what is making the headlines this Sunday. Tejasvi Yadav announced as RJD working president. Lalu's daughter calls Tejasvi's elevation a conspiracy. This year's Padma Awards bring national recognition to unsung heroes from across India in healthcare, art and literature. And countdown to Republic Day to see many firsts like Suryastra system and the Bhairav battalion. Pakistan comes out openly to back Bangladesh. PCB chief Mohsin Naqvi threatens to boycott the T20 World Cup. Back-to-back controversial remarks by MIM leaders after Zahir Sheikh. Now Imtiaz Jalil says not just Mumbai will turn entire Maharashtra green. President Trump warns Canada that the US would impose 100% tariff if the Prime Minister makes a trade deal with China. So that's what we're tracking on 6 Stories at 6. Let's start with the top story we're tracking. That is coming from Bihar. RJD Chief Lalu Prasad's younger son, Tejasvi Yadav, has been named the working president of the party at its national executive meeting. The appointment coincides with visible signs of internal disquiet within the party. Lalu Prasad's daughter, Rohini Acharya, has alleged that the party's control had slipped into the hands of infiltrators and conspirators, whose sole aim, she claimed, was to destroy Lalubad. More in this report.
The Rashtriya Janata Dal redraws its power map, and the message is loud and clear. At the party's national executive meeting, RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav appoints his political heir. Tejasvi Yadav, the younger son, the face of the campaign, the chief ministerial bit, and now the national working president of the RJD.
के आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष लालू प्रसाद जी के आदेश पर संवैधानिक प्रस्ताव लाया गया। उस संवैधानिक प्रस्ताव में संविधान में उनको जो प्रदत्त शक्ति है उसके तहत श्री तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव जी को कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष बनाया गया है। इससे निश्चित तौर से पूरे देश में देश के युवाओं का रुझान दल के प्रति बढ़ेगा और दल में नई ऊर्जा आएगी और राष्ट्र ये युवा हैं सभी जगह घूम करके संगठन को मजबूत करने का काम करेंगे और निश्चित तौर से दल आगे बढ़ेगा।
परिवार में एक नाराजगी नजर आई सर, क्या कहा?
राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी का ही आदेश था, उन्हीं के आदेश से हुआ है। परिवार में किसी भी तरह का कोई नाराजगी नहीं।
परिवार में रोहिणी आचार्य का जो ट्वीट आया सर,
सभी लोग सर्वसम्मत हैं।
कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष लालू जी के सहमति नहीं आशीर्वाद से और पूरी राष्ट्रीय कार्य समिति ने सर्वसम्मति से एक ऊर्जावान नौजवान तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव को अपना कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष चुना है। अब पार्टी के दायित्व के निर्वहन की कमान तेजस्वी जी के हाथ में है। राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हमारे लालू जी बने रहेंगे, काम ये देखेंगे और पार्टी में गति लाएंगे, जनाधार फैलाएंगे, नए कार्यकर्ताओं की भर्ती करेंगे और जो संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पर और हमले हो रहे हैं उसके खिलाफ संघर्ष को तेज करेंगे।
A move that cements succession, even as questions swirl after the Mahagathbandhan's poll setback last year.
तेजस्वी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामना कि और ये बहुत खुशी की बात है पार्टी के लिए भी और बिहार के लोगों के लिए भी और सभी कार्यकर्ता के लिए कि अब राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को एक अध्यक्ष और एक कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष मिले हैं और दोनों लोग के मार्गदर्शन में बहुत अच्छा कार्य करेगी। संगठन पे तेजस्वी ने भाषण दिया, कहा कि संगठन को और मजबूत करना है, किस तरह से बूथ तक सबको मजबूत करना है। बहुत सारी बातों की चर्चा अंदर मीटिंग में हुई है और अभी तो यही कह सकते हैं कि बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है तेजस्वी को, और मुझे लगता है कि सभी नेता सहयोग करेंगे इस जिम्मेदारी को आगे बढ़ाने में, और कार्यकर्ता भी उसको सहयोग करेंगे.
The party says the decision was unanimous, but the family's internal feud says otherwise. Elder sister Rohini Acharya openly expressed her unhappiness with Tejaswi's elevation. Allegations fly, or infiltrators, conspirators, claims that shadowy forces are tightening their grip over the RJD. Rohini Acharya warns the sole objective is to destroy Laluwad. The family fault lines deepen. Elder brother Tej Pratap Yadav, already expelled, already sidelined now, running his own outfit, Jan Shakti Janata Dal, which is yet to make an impact in Bihar.
जिम्मेवारी मिला है तो अपना जिम्मेवारी को निर्वाह करे, और क्या बोल सकते हैं हम. जिसको जो जिम्मेवारी मिलता है उसको अपना पालन करना चाहिए.
रोहिणी आचार्य ने ट्वीट करके कहा है कि कठपुतली बना शहजादा मुबारक होता, छोटी मुबारक होता.
हाँ, तो सही तो लिखी है उन्होंने जो ट्वीट किया है, बिल्कुल 100% सही ट्वीट किया है. तो अब देखिए, जो फैसला उन्होंने अगर लिया है तो सही में लिया होगा, ऐसा उनको लगा होगा, तो अच्छी बात है, अपना लोग आगे बढ़ रहा है.
Power consolidated, succession clarified, but unity still a question mark. As Tejaswi tightens his grip on the party, the real challenge may not be the opposition outside, but the unrest within.
And viewers, the nation has once again celebrated excellence and selfless service with the announcement of the Padma Awards 2026, conferred on the eve of Republic Day to all individuals whose extraordinary contributions have enriched India's social, cultural, scientific and humanitarian fabric. This year's list shines a spotlight on true unsung heroes, ordinary citizens who have worked very, very hard, and they have made profound, lasting impacts in fields ranging from social service and healthcare to arts, education, tribal welfare, and grassroots innovation. These honorees, selected through a rigorous nomination process, exemplify the spirit of service that strengthened the nation, inspiring millions as India prepares to celebrate Republic Day with pride in its hidden champions.
Several individuals known for their quiet service to society have been honored with the Padma Shri under the Unsung Heroes category this year. The Padma Awards 2026 celebrate India's finest talents, honoring individuals whose lifelong dedication and selfless service have strengthened the nation across diverse fields. First on the list is Anke Gowda, a 75-year-old from Karnataka who established a massive private library. He has been honored with Padma Shri for his contribution in literature and education. While the other unsung heroes on the list is Kailash Pant, an environmentalist who is dedicated to Himalayan conservation. Armida Fernandez from Maharashtra has also been recognized with Padma Shri for her work in the field of medicine.
Armida Fernandez, recipient of the prestigious Padma Shri Award. Pediatrician in Mumbai who has forever changed the survival prospects of infants. She established Asia's first human milk bank, trained over 2,000 nurses, doctors and hospital teams in Maharashtra, dramatically reducing infant mortality from 70% to 12%. Armida Fernandez, mother of Indian neonatology, transformed pediatric care in India.
In the field of sports, Bhiklia Ladakya Dinda from Maharashtra and Bhagwan Das Raikar from Madhya Pradesh has been recognized for their contribution in sports.
Pandas Raikwar, Padma Shri awardee. Bundeli war art trainer, preserved Bundelkhand's legendary martial art for future generations. Using his own limited resources, he set up the Chhatrasal Bundelkhand Akhada in 1964, where he has taught the use of 4 traditional weapons, trained over 1,000 students and performed in various countries. Bundelkhand's martial culture and traditions remain intact thanks to Bhagwan Das Raikwar.
Contributing in the field of social work, the next name on the list for Padma Awardees 2026 is Brijlal Bhatt from JNK. According to sources, there are about 45 persons who were awarded the Padma Shri Awards in the Unsung Heroes category. Every year on the eve of Republic Day, the Padma Awards are conferred by the Government of India to recognize individuals who have made exceptional contributions in their respective fields. From remote villages to grassroots movements, these Padma awardees represent the spirit of silent service. Hailing from states like Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra and Assam, their journeys reflect unwavering commitment to the nation building.
Yamnam Jatra Singh, Padma Shri awardee, Manipur, committed his life to Nata Sankirtana. Having mastered the fundamentals of the art, he connected with royalty and common man alike. He mentored young artists and worked to expand the art even at the age of 100. Yumnam Jatra Singh, the dancing legend of Manipur.
And viewers, the countdown to Republic Day has begun. Preparations are in full swing on Kartavya Path, where the sight and sounds of India's armed forces are already taking shape. From the Navy's latest visuals capturing their preparations to the Indian Army showcasing unique additions, this year's parade reflects both tradition and operational readiness. As the first Republic Day since Operation Sindoor, the focus is firmly on capability, preparedness and resolve. Here is a look as we count down to Republic Day.
Ahead of the Republic Day, the Kartavya Path is already echoing with the voice and music of the Indian Armed Forces. In the recent video posted by the Indian Navy, it showcases the zeal and enthusiasm of our soldiers of the sea. The Zanskari ponies and Bactrian camels have been a gift of nature to the Indian Army. They survive through harsh climates and in regions where oxygen reaches to bare minimum. They will also make their debut in this year's Republic Day parade. From the debut of the Veterinary Corps to showcasing of weapons used in Operation Sindoor, we can only expect the best from this year's Republic Day. Even the EU leaders Ursula von der Leyen and Kaja Kallas have arrived in India to witness this glorious day as chief guests. Be it firearm or melee attacks, be it land, air, water or sea, the Indian Armed Forces is ready for all battles. As the first Republic Day since Operation Sindoor, this year's parade reflects the preparedness and resolve of India's armed forces.
A dramatic escalation of tension surrounding ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Bangladesh's exclusion from the tournament follows Bangladesh Cricket Board's refusal to play matches in India due to security concerns and the ICC's rejection of venue relocation request to co-host Sri Lanka has drawn sharp open support from Pakistan. A PCB chairman, Mohsin Naqvi, has publicly condemned the ICC's handling as unfair and discriminatory, accusing the global body of applying double standards and highlighting that Bangladesh, as a full member, deserved flexibility rather than outright removal, with Scotland stepping in as replacement. This stance has fueled accusations of politics, with critics pointing to Pakistan's vocal solidarity, offering to host Bangladesh's matches if needed, and even mulling its own withdrawal in protest as evidence of deeper influence or alignment in Bangladesh's cricket decisions, especially amid reports that Pakistan initially encouraged or backed the BCB's hardline position. This episode underscores how bilateral frictions, particularly involving India-hosted matches, continue to spill into international cricket governance, turning what should be a celebration of the game into a battleground of accusations and brinkmanship. Take a look.
politicization of the ICC T20 Men's World Cup continues, and now Pakistan has openly come out to bat for the knocked out Bangladesh cricket team. Bangladesh had requested World Cup matches to be shifted outside India, a request that was denied by the ICC. And now Bangladesh stands knocked out, a move that has drawn reactions from India's other neighbor as well. The Islamabad-Dhaka tango is out and open as Pakistan is now threatening to boycott T20 World Cup.
पीसीबी ने जो पहले मौका इख्तियार किया था कि हम भी बायकॉट की तरफ जाएंगे, तो इस वक्त पीसीबी का क्या मौका?
देखें, अगर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान कहती है कि नहीं खेलना तो वो 22वीं टीम ले आएं, फिर जो भी आएगी, बट ये फैसला गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान ने करना है।
Attempting to politicize cricket, Pakistan Cricket Board Chairman Mohsin Naqvi said that ICC was being unfair to Bangladesh. This does nothing but exposes Pakistan's hand in Bangladesh cricket.
मेरा ख्याल है बांग्लादेश के साथ ज़्यादती हुई है और मैंने आईसीसी की बोर्ड की मीटिंग में भी यही कहा था, आप डबल स्टैंडर्ड्स नहीं कर सकते हैं कि एक मुल्क के लिए आप कहें कि जी जो मर्ज़ी जब मर्ज़ी फ़ैसला कर ले और दूसरे मुल्क के लिए टोटली ऑपोजिट फ़ैसला करें। और इसीलिए हमने ये स्टैंड लिया है कि बांग्लादेश के साथ ज़्यादती हो रही है। बांग्लादेश को हर सूरत में वर्ल्ड कप को में उनको खिलाना चाहिए, वो एक बड़ा स्टेक होल्डर है और उनके साथ ये ज़्यादती नहीं होनी चाहिए।
ICC had termed its decision to oust Bangladesh difficult but unavoidable. And now, as sources claim, Pakistan could also face sanctions from ICC if it boycotts the World Cup in support of Bangladesh.
Viewers, a political storm has erupted in Maharashtra following controversial remarks by Seher Yunus Sheikh, 22-year-old newly elected AIMIM corporator from Ward 30 in the Thane Municipal Corporation. And we see that it declared in her victory speech that she would paint Mumbai green over her 5-year term, a phrase widely interpreted as a symbolic reference to expanding the AIMIM's influence given the party's association with the color green, though critics slammed it as communal and provocative rhetoric aimed at polarizing the region. A statement quickly went viral, prompting a sharp backlash from rival parties like the BJP and Shiv Sena factions, with Maharashtra Deputy CM going ahead, Shinde asserting that Thane is saffron and will remain so. Sheikh later defended her words as purely symbolic and tied to her party's colour and ambitions for development in the area, eventually issuing an apology amid the backlash. The AIMIM leader Imtiaz Jalil staunchly backed her, doubling down by stating the party would spread green across Maharashtra, signalling aggressive expansion plans. Episode has reignited heated debates over the use of communal rhetoric in local politics. Take a look.
The AIMIM has found itself at the centre of a political controversy in Maharashtra's Thane district. Following her victory from Ward 30 in the Thane Municipal Corporation elections, AIMIM leader Seher Sheikh remarked that Mumbai would be completely painted green in the coming years. This statement sparked outrage across party lines. Sheikh had said that every candidate from Mumbai would be from AIMIM in the next 5 years.
अब मेरी गुजारिश है आप सबसे कि आने वाले 5 साल बाद भी जब इलेक्शंस होंगे इंशाल्लाह, आप लोगों को उस इलेक्शन में इससे भी बड़ा मुंह तोड़ जवाब उनको देना है। पूरे के पूरे मुंब्रा को ग्रीन कलर से ऐसे रंगना है कि इन लोगों को यहाँ से बुरी तरह से पछाड़ के भेजना है इंशाल्लाह। हर एक कैंडिडेट इंशाल्लाह 5 साल बाद सिर्फ और सिर्फ MIM का आएगा, क्योंकि अब इलेक्शन में आप मजलिस की ताकत समझ चुके हैं और ये ताकत हमको अल्लाह से आती है।
While she later clarified that the remark referred to the party's green flag and electoral ambitions, opposition parties accused her of making a communal statement. Mumbai is a Muslim-dominated area and a part of the Mumbai-Kalwa Assembly constituency, currently represented by NCP SP MLA Jitendra Awad. On the other hand, defending his party colleague, former Lok Sabha MP and AIMIM leader Imtiaz Jalil doubled down on the statement, saying his party intends to paint not just Mumbai but all of Maharashtra green.
हम हमारी ये जो बच्ची चुनकर आई है शहर, उसके स्टेटमेंट से हम कतई किनारा नहीं कर रहे हैं, बिल्कुल नहीं कर रहे हैं। हम पूरी तरह से पूरी मजबूती के साथ मजलिस इत्तेहाद और मुस्लिमीन एक बार फिर से कहकर जा रहे हैं कि सिर्फ गुमराह की क्या बात कर रहे हैं। तो आने वाले वक्त के अंदर हम महाराष्ट्र के अंदर हम अच्छा खासा हरे रंग को फैलाएंगे।
Jalil also accused the Maharashtra police of selective action, claiming that the notice was issued under pressure from a small group of protesters. After being summoned by police, Seher Sheikh submitted a written apology stating that her remarks were misunderstood and carried no communal intent. She maintained that her statement was purely political, aimed at highlighting AIMIM's future electoral goals. The BJP also came down heavily on the AIMIM leaders, slamming their remarks.
इम्तियाज जलील, कान खोल के सुन लो। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के भगवा ध्वज से महाराष्ट्र की पहचान है और महाराष्ट्र को कभी कोई भी व्यक्ति इस भगवे ध्वज से अलग नहीं कर सकता। ये जो गजवाए हिंद, इस्लामिक कैलिफेट, इस्लामिक रिपब्लिक के जो ख्वाब आप देख रहे हैं ना, ये ख्वाब देखना बंद कीजिए। महाराष्ट्र की पहचान भगवे से है।
एमआईएम वाले महाराष्ट्र में कुछ गली मोहल्ले के चुनाव जीतने के बाद इस कदर पगला गए हैं मानो पूरे महाराष्ट्र और देश की बागडोर उनके आसपास हाथ में आ गई। वो जिस तरीके से हिंदू मुस्लिम रिश्ते में एक जहर बोने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, इसका खामियाजा उनको भोगना पड़ेगा। उनको मैं बता देना चाहता हूं कि यह देश, यह प्रदेश छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का प्रदेश है, जिन्होंने हिंदवी स्वराज्य की स्थापना की थी और तब की थी जब औरंगजेब एक बहुत बड़ा ताकतवर शहंशाह था। और जब उस शहंशाह ने महाराष्ट्र को, हिंदुस्तान को हरा करने की कोशिश की और उसमें नाकामयाब रहा, तो ये किस खेत की मूली है।
Meanwhile, AIMIM has emerged as a surprise performer in the Thane municipal cooperation elections, winning 5 of 131 seats. The party outperformed the Congress, which failed to win a single seat, and Shiv Sena UBT, which managed only 1. With elections over but temper still high, the controversy has once again put the spotlight on political rhetoric and its impact on social harmony in Maharashtra.
And viewers, fresh escalation in Canada-US trade tensions. US President Trump has threatened 100% tariffs on Canadian goods. That's right, warning that closer Canada-China trade ties could endanger North American economic security. Canada's trade minister has now denied that Canada is seeking a free trade agreement with China, calling Trump's assertion a miscalculation. Take a look.
US President Donald Trump issued a sharp warning to Canada, threatening to impose 100% tariffs on Canadian imports if Ottawa moves forward with any substantial trade deal involving China. The threat came in a social media post where Trump claimed China would exploit Canada's economy, undermining US interests. He even used a nickname for Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, calling him Governor Carney. Trump's comments came after Ottawa and Beijing agreed to resolve several tariff issues. However, Canada's minister responsible for Canada-US trade, Dominic LeBlanc, responded directly, saying Canada is not pursuing a free trade agreement with China. He stated what was achieved with Beijing was a resolution on several tariff issues, not a comprehensive trade pact. Canada's government also says its trade strategy centers on diversification, strengthening economic partnerships globally while maintaining close ties with the United States, its largest trading partner by far. This diplomatic row comes amid widening tensions following Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's recent speech at the World Economic Forum in Davos, where he critiqued coercive economic practices by major powers. The remarks drew rebuke from President Donald Trump and contributed to the current discord between Ottawa and Washington. For now, Canada insists no free trade deal with China, only targeted tariff resolutions and an ongoing commitment to its alliance with the United States, even as disagreements over trade strategy and global geopolitics simmer.
And viewers, all we have on 6 stories at 6. I'm Shivangi Shukla signing off. But do not go anywhere. The news continues here on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's...
When I first came on TV as an anchor, I used to do something called Surkhiyan, which is the headlines in Hindi. I was freaked out about it every time because I would mess up my Hindi, but it was the only chance at anchoring. Then when I anchored a little bit, people little bit recognize you. So I stayed in Mayur Vihar. So when I used to take my car out to put petrol, the guy putting petrol said, "Sir, कौन से सीरियल में आते हैं?" God, my journalistic career has gone for a toss. After all this reporting, sir, आप कोई सीरियल में आते हैं?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking...
As large language models reshape global power dynamics, the debate is no longer theoretical. The question is, can India build a foundational model of its own? And what would it take to do so responsibly? This conversation brings us with an entrepreneurial ambition with technical realism, examining the infrastructure, the talent, and the strategic choices that are required to build models at national scale. So for this very, very interesting conversation, please welcome Mr. Raghav Agarwal, co-founder Fluid AI, on the topic, can India build its own GPT. And he will be in conversation with Mr. Niranjan Narayan Swamy, Executive Editor for News Republic TV. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you, Raghav, for being with us today. So, what is an Indian ChatGPT model?
So, Niranjan, what's interesting is an Indian ChatGPT model today, for almost any consumer and anyone in the room today, is ChatGPT only, right? Because our usage of any pure Indic model out there is not there right now. Let's be honest where we are. But that doesn't mean that this is going to be the situation in 2 years or 3 years down the line, right? I think a lot of people, especially in India, get very concerned that we don't have our own model. But there's a very interesting memo by Google which says that there really is no moat in the model. Because if you see, when China did its DeepSeek movement, that was an open source model. When Europe does Mixtral, they have an open source version of that. And when all these US guys are competing, Anthropic, Google, etc., they want our model, they want their models exposed to the Indian audience.
Correct.
Because India may be a good software exporter, but it is one of the world's best data exporters. A lot of people get concerned, oh, that's a colonial mindset, we're exporting data. But these models are data hungry. Without data, they don't adapt. And if you don't have the Indian audience on them, you will not have a good model. So I almost look at it alternatively. Yes, we may not have our own model today. We'll have it shortly, maybe a year, 2, 3 years. But even now, we are in a very strong position.
Yeah. What is an Indic model? And how far are we from this Indic model?
So in Indic model, let's break it down, right? India has so many languages, right? Most of the global models have been trained on English and the general internet. And Indian languages have been a small component of that, right? So their training sets are very small on that, right? Now, when we do a general chat, yes, even a global model will perform, a chat GPT will give you some answers. But when we go to depth, nuance, history, culture, bias, etc., that's when these global models collapse, right? Because they do not suit the Indian mindset. So an Indic model will be largely, firstly, trained on India-specific data, which may not rest in the global internet, not in the public world. It may be resting in specific data sources which need to be annotated, specific audiences, specific populations may need to contribute to it. Secondly, it will be extremely customized to an Indian population's usage of it, right? So linguistically very powerful. The voice will be exactly as if we speak in maybe Hindi, Marathi, etc. So the power in that would be is that the UPI movement, right? Even before UPI existed, you could do a net banking transfer, IMPS, you could have instantaneous money transfers. But it didn't break the barrier because it was not on the phone, right? It was not on the phone. You needed to add a beneficiary. There was a whole journey to it. So even today, anyone sitting in a village can use ChatGPT. Correct. But because it is not Indic enough, it's not the way we as Indians react and do business or do live our lives. Those models will not perform.
But it is also prone to manipulation, right? Correct. Now, okay, let me ask a question to the audience. How many of you use ChatGPT here? Almost, 60, 70, 80% of them use ChatGPT.
I'm surprised with the other 20%.
I have a few students here from our School of Journalism, and I have a few, I think some of our employees were here as well. You know how we catch them using ChatGPT?
How do you do that?
When you ask them to write a story on the Delhi government, for example, or something in Delhi, and whenever there's a mention of Arvind Kejriwal, still shows up as Chief Minister of Delhi. And one more thing, Donald Trump always shows up as former US President.
Because the
these are biases for some reason. And you get caught. These are biases, right?
Correct. So the challenge is that these models, the training data sets, are largely been defined by Western organizations, right? So they've gone to Western media sources or Western sources of literature, whereas the Indian component in that is a minuscule percentage, right? It's 3, 5, 7%. So there's a general, it's not only a bias, it's a significant misunderstanding in some sense because they're coming with a very different mindset to the entire game, right? So when we talk about an Indic model, it also does need to, maybe the starting point itself needs to be very Indian data sources, a very Indian contextual understanding of history. Because otherwise, no matter how much we can, so there's a concept called fine-tuning, right? You take a global model and you say, okay, I'm now going to expose it to certain data sets which are mine and try to change it. But you're still starting with a raw material that's very out there, right?
Yeah.
So that's why these Indic models and the government spending a lot of money to get them out there could be very, right now it looks theoretical.
How far are we from this model?
I think maybe 1.5 year is when we see first quality outputs come. So I would say we are 2 years away from the ChatGPT movement of a true Indic model developed in India. But that could be transformational.
How challenging is this? I mean, where is all this Indian data, Indian mythology, Indian history, where is all this going to be fed from? How difficult is this challenge to digitize all of it?
So, credit to the government where it's due, right? I think the Bhashini project has been very interesting, right? Because they didn't just start, it's very exciting to get excited by the sexy piece, right? Which is the model. Oh, we have a beautiful model and all that, right? But there's a data journey, there's a massive data journey at the back. And that's what I think we are building up to that moment where Bhashini has sort of worked, a lot of educational institutes, research institutes like IIT have pushed this forward. And they are going into that historical data. They're saying, can we get folks to annotate that data for us? Can we get folks to move that data from maybe, if it's a book sitting in a library, can it get scanned? Can it get digitalized? Can it move into our data streams? And can we get authentic speakers of the language to sort of contribute voice samples, etc.? So that part of the journey, I feel, is done. It's not complete, but it's done to an extent that a good model can come out.
Okay. So there is a lot of excitement in India. Of course, the government is holding this huge AI summit as well. The government is pushing AI, but we don't really have a model of our own, which is a big problem. Like most big countries have their own model, right? So we are, of course, are an interface industry. Would you say we are an interface industry, which is basically AI industry using already existing global models for their end use, for their business? But are we? How would you see the transformation of India from being an interface AI industry to a model-based AI industry?
So I think, Niranjan, you bring up a great point, right? The concern is that the model is not there. But if you look at the interface, we are leading there, right? So let's break down an AI industry today, right? 3 pieces. GPU layer, right? Designed in the US, and Taiwan manufactures it. India plays a good component there. We are still a good designer of chips, but yes, it's still not our IP, etc. Right? Foundational model layer, we're not there yet, not at least at the global scale. We will play in the Indic world. Whether we play in the global model world, not sure. The third piece, and that space is largely an American-China duopoly as well, is the interface layer, right? Is the applications which consume AI. This is the first time, right? Like if you look at the IT revolution, 80s, 90s, we were behind for a significant period of time, right? We didn't have the hardware. It was a very license thing. You would import computers very slowly, hardware, etc. This time we are on par with the world when the AI revolution hit. But we have the most number of engineers, right? We have the most understanding of software development in the world. And if you see, in the SaaS world, India couldn't really make anything that was very, the SaaS softwares, we didn't have got a big global stuff. Maybe you got one Zoho out there. But this time, if you see the explosion of small Indian startups which are saying, I'm using AI to become the global interface for sales, to become the global interface for healthcare, something like a Cure AI, right? There's so many of them that are playing in that space. Because this time, we are at par with the world, but we have the talent to go further than them. So another thing is, a lot of people say, okay, model. But the interface to AI is equally important, right? Let's say when ChatGPT upgraded from ChatGPT 4 to 5.1, it forced an upgrade of the model to you. Were you saying that, oh, now I will, because they upgraded the model, I'm not going to perform on it? No, right? The interface was very important. You were used to ChatGPT in a particular experience. So, yes, anytime any Indian AI company uses maybe a global model but becomes the interface for it in sales, in healthcare, in other industries, that's equally important because I can switch the model at the back, right? I can have multi-models. You can even say, okay, for query A, go to model A, query B, go to model B. So then where does the model lie? It gets abstracted away like electricity. The interface becomes king. So that's another play.
The reason why I asked you this question and why this is important is I don't know how many of them in the room know the importance of this. For example, okay, growing up, we saw Facebook. The Facebook boom happened. Facebook was created in America, right? But we are the largest market, right? And then you had Twitter. I'm guessing after America, we're the largest market, right? You look at Instagram. Each time the app is created somewhere else, but the market is here, the data is here, right? And the concern is always around the data. But in this case, we don't have a model, but we have the interface. Now, how do you see how big a market is India for these big models?
So let's divide it into two pieces, right? Consumer, right? And consumer, because as a consuming nation, we don't have the consumption power to pay for it. It's going to be ad-driven. You see ChatGPT launch those various tiers, right? Go, etc., at much cheaper prices, just like Netflix did it, right? So you're going to get all of this at very cheap rates as a consumer. We'll consume a lot, but
is it going to remain cheap? I'm not sure, because I'll tell you. I mean, just from I was talking to you about this 2 years back. AI was nowhere, right? And then we heard of OpenAI.
Correct.
And then we heard of a controversy around OpenAI. And then there was ChatGPT. Correct. And then we saw them calling themselves non-profit. Right? And I saw Sam Altman leaving. Yeah. And then Sam Altman came back. Yeah. And then they said, we're for profit. Yeah. And then they said, this is for free. Yeah. And now they're going to charge people. Yeah. And now there are going to be ad insertions.
$1 billion of IPOs are coming in.
Yeah, so it's not really a CSR sort of a project.
Yeah, so I think that's where it's going to be why are we so big for even a Twitter or a Facebook, etc., right? Again, our ad dollars, and I think Snapchat CEO talked about that, right? An Indian user is much less valuable than a global American user.
Why is that?
Because there's consumption capability, right? Yeah, if you're going to advertise to an Indian user, you know he has a various spending pattern, which is much lesser than an American consumer's, right? So the challenge that is not, but the thing is our data is valuable because these models train on that data. So if you are going to take 1/6 or 1/5 of humanity and say you are not going to have access to this model, your model is going to be a weaker one for all you know, right? So you're not going to stop exposing your model to us, is at least my hypothesis. But the interesting part is because we built so many applications, it's on the business side, right? We also consume these models in our business applications, right? Whatever software India is making, whether it's a TCS, whether it's Infosys, they are then making these decisions on which global model is going to be used out there, right? Yeah. So that gives us a seat at the table, because finally, if you own the interface layer, you are the decider of the models. You may go for multi-model, model democracy. So that is also another seat at the table we have.
Yeah. Okay. Now, we know there's a lot of money involved, right? The cost and scale, because you need to make investments. So how equipped is India to make those investments to scale up? And what are the challenges as you see it?
So at Fluid, see, we've been working a lot, we've been working in AI for almost 12 years now, right? And till the last 3 years, we've never worked with an Indian public sector company, right? Because we always said, hey, there's never the budget there, and this is a very bureaucratic thing. What was very interesting to us, in the last year, we have done multiple projects. $1 million plus projects with the public sector. So what we are seeing is there's intent. 2, there is the money power to back this up. And 3, they want to go sovereign on it. So they are spending not just from the perspective of saying, okay, just get a global model and we'll do it on the cloud. GPU layer, foundational model layer, saying, okay, we may not have that right now. Use multiple foundational models, fine-tune them for India, and get them in the business application, right? So India is ready to invest. The government is putting in money, whether the India AI mission, etc. Yeah. But the challenge is always going to be, is the money directed appropriately? And I think that's where we are going to see sort of the next year or two play out.
Okay. So because you mentioned sovereign foundation model, so do you strongly believe that we should go in for a sovereign foundation model fast, or focus on regulating and adapting global ones?
I think both go hand in hand, right? Because now to say that a sovereign model can just emerge out of there, we don't know, right? Because a lot of this is science and technology, law of probabilities. You may get one in the next 3 months. There may be a kid sitting in a garage we don't know about, just like DeepSeek, right? Came out of nowhere. Yeah. No one expected China to bring something so beautiful out there. They did. So this could come anytime, any minute. But having said that, till then, let's regulate the global ones, right? We don't necessarily need to over-regulate. We don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. But there can be certain regulation to ensure that where is our data going? How is it going? How is it being used? How are our users being affected by the biases in these models? Can we at least tell the global players to be a little more cognizant of that? Till then, let's keep on investing on the Indian model side. And Indic models, right? I think that's where Indian companies will only bring Indic models out.
Okay. Now, of course, we spoke about the government's interest in AI. They've kept a large chunk of the budget aside for AI in the last budget. And I'm sure they'll do it in this budget as well. We'll have to wait and watch. What do you think is missing today, or are they doing enough on, let's say, the national AI mission? Do you think the government is lacking somewhere, or they need to speed up something in the AI sector? How do you see the government play a role in the building of this the Indian Indic model?
So I think eventually, if you look at the global players also, right, like the government at most can set up the playground, right? It has to be the players in the field that carried it out, right? If you see what was America's government's contribution to OpenAI, yes, they set up a good education system. They had researchers come in. That's about it. China also, when DeepSeek came out, it's coming out from these labs, etc., which have connection just to the education layer, right? So I feel if the government can empower good research and technology development to happen in the country, we get the talent that can not only go ahead and implement AI at an inference layer, but at a training layer. That's all they can do, right? But they've gone beyond, right? We are doing India AI mission, they're spending on the GPUs, they're trying to create sovereignty, etc. That's all good. But in the end, the raw material is the researchers, is the developers who build these models and take it forward. Right?
Oh, great. Okay, then I'll go to that question now. On the question of talent and brain drain, right? Yeah. A lot of, in fact, the founding team of OpenAI and the guys who created ChatGPT, there were many Indians on it.
Correct.
Right? And some of the biggest players, of course, we have fantastic talent here. Fluid AI is one example. We have a lot of talent, but many of them choose to go abroad, choose to study abroad, choose to start off there, right? What can the government do to reverse that? Especially in the field of AI, maybe.
So I think it's still... this is a massive capital game, right? If you see the investments both OpenAI and Anthropic or Google are making, there are billions and billions of dollars that are being spent to train models which may or may not perform, right? But when it comes to India's risk-taking appetite, if there is someone with that kind of mentality that he wants to create a foundational model, not play at the inference or interface layer, but go all in, it's not just about the government giving the capital, right? Because India, there's capital required in so many places, the government can just do that much.
Yeah.
It's about attracting the capital in, right? If you see over the last few years, the soft banks of the world, etc., their investments in India have gone down rather than up, right?
Yeah.
Now, whether that's a part of tax policy, whether that's a part of just getting this capital into the country, we need to sort of incentivize foundational capital coming into the country, right? Otherwise, we are going to have ground-up innovation everywhere. That's happening at a massive scale anyway. But if we want to do foundational stuff, one, yes, let's government direct it, which the government is doing a brilliant job with India AI mission, etc. But I guess the second piece is to get these massive pools of capital which are waiting, which know India has the talent, to somehow attract that back so that the Sam Altmans of India can also invest billions of dollars and do that. Seen some elements of that already, right? Whether it be Google set up the facility in Vizag or with Microsoft's investments, etc. The compute power is coming. So I think we are almost there and the government's on the right track.
Are you hoping for some policy change in the budget on that? Or have you guys put forward that point of view to the government?
I think essentially yes. As a community of AI enthusiasts or as AI companies, I think everyone's telling the government is that the request is only one, right? Just open the floodgates of capital. Because the risk capital can come to India. India can be the innovator out here.
Yeah.
Very thankful for the government's investments in the India AI mission. I think that's where, and the kind of capacity building the government's doing, right? Hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on the GPU chip layer.
Yeah.
And then the preference for sort of saying, at least in local sourcing contracts, to say, can we use Indic models? Can we use Indian companies to implement this? So that's already happening. I think just the risk capital now needs to come in.
Okay. Speaking about fluid AI, so how does fluid AI fit into this ecosystem? And, how are you guys building a foundational tech apparatus?
So for us, I think what we've done is we've gone up a layer above the foundational layer. We are saying we built the no-code agentic AI layer. So, and that's been allowing us to do multiple use cases, right? So everything from collections to customer support to things like inventory management, right? So for someone like an HPCL, we're doing 24 Gen AI use cases. For a NABARD, we're doing 14 Gen AI use cases. Obviously, the global players, it's about 40, 50 agents, right? Yeah. So what we've done is we've abstracted away all the complexity of launching an AI agent. We've said the models can rest beneath, and we work with both global, Indian players, open source models, etc. And at the top, our customers then get an agentic platform to play with, right?
In fact, you spoke about you creating an AI avatar of Warren Buffett. You want to talk about it? Because recently what struck most of us is we had this debate, Arnab versus AI. Okay, fantastic debate. Because what was fascinating is how AI was responding to, let's say, an Aravali issue.
Correct.
right? Because these are questions where biases / policy comes into play.
True.
And that was a testing question, which I felt was interesting, the kind of responses that came in. So I'll get to that, but tell me a little bit about your, this AI avatar of Warren Buffett and what kind of, patents that you guys are getting into now.
So that was a very interesting aspect, right? For the 100-year anniversary of Forbes, they had Warren Buffett on the cover. And they said, typically an interview happens like this, right? A journalist asking questions, but they said, Warren is such a known personality, can each reader ask him his own questions? So we created this AI avatar, this is way back in 2017-18, wherein we trained it on all of Warren's books, his interviews, his letters, and it performed as a Warren itself. So you could ask him about marriage, you could ask him about Bitcoin, you could ask him his opinion on Trump, etc. And it would answer as a Warren itself. And I remember showing it to Warren himself and saying, hey, we've created this, and he tested it out, and he said, at the end of it, he said, hey, you made me immortal. And to hear it from the great man, the Oracle of Omaha himself, to say that this is a technology that enabled him to sort of say, anyone can now have a one-on-one conversation, right?
Yeah.
And if you see Arnab versus AI, the same thing, right? In terms of you have a debate, not just with one individual, you have it with a conscious, right? Because the AI is a stream of thousands and thousands of data sources that have sort of learned from, and he's debating with a personality like Arnab. So I think what it does is it really democratizes the ability, right? Now a student wants to ask Warren about how he learned, whereas someone in his 70s wants to ask Warren about maybe, how he's so productive in his later years.
Yes.
Each of them could have that conversation.
Correct. Yeah. Now, there was this fear that AI would take away jobs. Maybe it has impacted a few sectors, but largely in our field, I don't see much of an impact. In fact, AI is an enabler.
Correct.
So much so that we have to sometimes tell our journalists in the newsroom, please stop using AI, to write scripts or to people use it as a search engine. I didn't know that. That is so crazy.
It's the default search engine.
Yeah, my point is it's an enabler.
Correct.
It's not really taking away jobs, at least. So how do you see AI enable, Indians going ahead?
So I think one thing is there about India is that we were very entrepreneurial as a society, right?
Yeah.
We've always been a society where there have been entrepreneurs everywhere. The challenge is, as we became more formalized as an economy, the challenge became that where do you get so much talent to sort of perform for you? I think with AI agents, which are you're becoming an orchestrator of your life, right? You have an agent for sales, you have an agent for marketing, you have an agent for HR, right?
Yeah.
So this is going to get India back into that entrepreneurial future, because now, an 18-year-old with a great idea, he doesn't need to build a team of 40, 50 people. Maybe 6, 7 of them come together. They say, hey, we use all these different AI agents to get things done. Yeah. But they can be a smaller company, but there'll be thousands of such smaller companies. Whereas earlier we have only one behemoth of 100, right?
Yeah.
So this is the opportunity we have as a nation to use this entrepreneurial talent to give them these agents to empower them, right?
Yeah. Okay, so my last question to you. So, if India has to build its own ChatGPT, what are the 5 things we need to do as a country?
One is talent, right? I think we need to ensure that the talent is there, because this is a talent game, right? One part is the talent we need to grow, and one part is the talent we may need to bring back, maybe with incentives, etc.
Okay.
2, why will this talent come back? Capital, right? They need the risk capital that needs to come into this, right?
Yeah.
3, we need to have appropriate regulation, right? Not over-regulate this, but not under-regulate it either, right? There needs to be sort of that balance, which I think the government's trying to set up.
Yeah.
4, I think, is we need to let this give it time, right? This is a journey we are on with the rest of the world. Yeah. We cannot get overexcited by saying, oh, we don't have a model yet, we're dependent on China and the USA. Yes, there is some dependence, but there's dependence on us in other areas as well. Our talent also drives a lot, our data drives them. So patience is needed. This is a 2 to 3, 5-year decadal game. We'll do that. 5 is unique approaches, right? I think reasoning models, right? A lot of obsession right now is with large language models, which in 22 changed the game. But small reasoning models, and there's a lot of theoretical paper, I won't bore your viewers with that, which say that there are step change. It's not a linear game wherein you evolve from an LLM into a reasoning model, right? They're almost an alternate path, which are multi-factor more intelligent. So maybe India doesn't necessarily need to play the large language model game. It needs to play the reasoning model game. Okay. That's where our investments need to go. So we can be very innovative there as well.
And you're saying all of this is possible in the next 1.5 years?
Indic-wise, yes. Mm-hmm. Maybe on a global model, maybe it may take 3-5 years. Okay. But yes, a good, stable Indic model which is used across languages, definitely one.
Okay, my really last question. How big is AI, how much more is the AI industry projected to grow in India, let's say, over the next 1 year?
I think there really is no answer to that, Ranjan. I think everything is AI. I think now to say that there's a non-AI and an AI economy, that question does not exist, right? Any field, agriculture, industry, manufacturing, banking, insurance, everything is AI enabled in some sense, right? What percentage of AI is there in that part? That's going to be a question mark. Eventually, it will be a massive percentage of any industry. And service industry even more so, right? You're seeing it in media, right? AI generating scripts, enabling our journalists to be more productive, all of that. So I wouldn't say there is a number that the AI economy grows to. It's a percentage that it grows to, right? So it's 30%, 50% of the real economy in the next 10, 12 years.
It's fantastic. Thank you for speaking to us, Raghav Agarwal.
Thank you, Niraj.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked to me. So we'll see if that beats anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit, filed on Thursday, January 22nd in Miami-Dade County State Court, centers on a controversial practice known as debanking. The president alleges that the bank has systematically denied services to him and his associated businesses, not because of financial risk, but due to political bias. This isn't just a dispute over a checking account. This is a high-stakes legal battle that accuses the largest bank in the United States of trade libel, bad faith, and...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat.
watching Republic.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking at 7 p.m. with me, Tanisha Avasthi. I believe the President's address is live on the eve of Republic Day. Let's listen into what she's saying.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, नमस्कार। देश और विदेश में रहने वाले हम भारत के लोग उत्साह के साथ गणतंत्र दिवस का उत्सव मनाने जा रहे हैं। मैं आप सभी को गणतंत्र दिवस के राष्ट्रीय पर्व की हार्दिक बधाई देती हूँ। गणतंत्र दिवस का पावन पर्व हमारे अतीत, वर्तमान और भविष्य में देश की दशा और दिशा का अवलोकन करने का अवसर होता है। स्वाधीनता संग्राम के बल पर 15 अगस्त 1947 के दिन से हमारे देश की दशा बदली। भारत स्वाधीन हुआ। हम अपनी राष्ट्रीय नियति की निर्माता बने। 26 जनवरी 1950 के दिन से हम अपने गणतंत्र को संवैधानिक आदर्श के दिशा में आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। उसी दिन हमने अपने संविधान को पूरी तरह से लागू किया। लोकतंत्र की जननी भारत भूमि उपनिवेश के विधि विधान से मुक्त हुई और हमारा लोकतंत्रात्मक गणराज्य अस्तित्व में आया। हमारा संविधान विश्व इतिहास में आज तक के सबसे बड़े गणराज्यों का आधार ग्रंथ है। हमारे संविधान में निहित न्याय, स्वतंत्रता, समता और बंधुत्व के आदर्श हमारे गणतंत्र को परिभाषित करते हैं। संविधान निर्माताओं ने राष्ट्रीयता की भावना तथा देश की एकता को संवैधानिक प्रावधानों का सुदृढ़ आधार प्रदान किया है। लौह पुरुष सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल ने हमारे राष्ट्र का एकीकरण किया। पिछले वर्ष 31 अक्टूबर को कृतज्ञ देशवासियों ने उत्साहपूर्वक उनकी 150वीं जयंती मनाई। उनकी 150वीं जयंती के पावन अवसर से जुड़े स्मरण उत्सव मनाए जा रहे हैं। ये उत्सव देशवासियों में राष्ट्रीय एकता तथा गौरव की भावना को मजबूत बनाते हैं। उत्तर से लेकर दक्षिण तक तथा पूर्व से लेकर पश्चिम तक हमारी प्राचीन सांस्कृतिक एकता का ताना बाना हमारे पूर्वजों ने बुना था। राष्ट्रीय एकता के स्वरूपों को जीवंत बनाए रखने का प्रत्येक प्रयास अत्यंत सराहनीय है। पिछले वर्ष 7 नवंबर से हमारे राष्ट्रीय गीत वंदे मातरम की रचना के 150 वर्ष संपन्न होने के उत्सव भी मनाया जा रहा है। भारत माता के दैवी स्वरूप की वंदना का ये गीत जनमन में राष्ट्र प्रेम का संचार करता है। राष्ट्रीयता के महाकवि सुब्रमण्य भारती ने तमिल भाषा में वंदे मातरम येनवम अर्थात हम वंदे मातरम बोले इस गीत की रचना करके वंदे मातरम की भावना को और भी व्यापक स्तर पर जनमानस के साथ जोड़ा। अन्य भारतीय भाषाओं में भी इस गीत के अनुवाद लोकप्रिय हुए। श्री अरविंदो ने वंदे मातरम का अंग्रेजी अनुवाद किया। ऋषितुल्य बंकिम चंद्र चट्टोपाध्याय द्वारा रचित वंदे मातरम हमारे राष्ट्र वंदना का स्वर है। आज से 2 दिन पहले यानी 23 जनवरी को देशवासियों ने नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस की जयंती के दिन उन्हें सादर श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित की। वर्ष 2021 से नेताजी की जयंती को पराक्रम दिवस के रूप में मनाया जाता है ताकि देशवासी विशेषकर युवा उनकी अदम्य देशभक्ति से प्रेरणा प्राप्त करें। नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस का नारा जय हिंद हमारे राष्ट्र गौरव का उद्घोष है। प्यारे देशवासियों, आप सब हमारे जीवंत गणतंत्र को शक्तिशाली बना रहे हैं। हमारी तीनों सेनाओं के बहादुर जवान मातृभूमि की रक्षा के लिए सदैव सतर्क रहते हैं। हमारे कर्तव्यनिष्ठ पुलिसकर्मी तथा केंद्रीय सशस्त्र पुलिस बलों के जवान देशवासियों की आंतरिक सुरक्षा के लिए तत्पर रहते हैं। हमारे अन्नदाता किसान देशवासियों के लिए पोषण सामग्री उत्पन्न करते हैं। हमारे देश की कर्मठ और प्रतिभाशाली महिलाएं अनेक क्षेत्रों में नई प्रतिमान स्थापित कर रहे हैं। हमारे सेवाधर्मी डॉक्टर, नर्स और सभी स्वास्थ्यकर्मी देशवासियों के स्वास्थ्य की देखभाल करते हैं। हमारे निष्ठावान सफाई मित्र देश को स्वच्छ रखने में प्रमुख भूमिका निभाते हैं। हमारे प्रबुद्ध शिक्षक भावी पीढ़ियों का निर्माण करते हैं। हमारे विश्व स्तरीय वैज्ञानिक और इंजीनियर देश के विकास को नई दिशाएं देते हैं। हमारे मेहनती श्रमिक भाई बहन राष्ट्र का नवनिर्माण करते हैं। हमारे होनहार युवा और बच्चे अपनी प्रतिभा और योगदान से देश के स्वर्णिम भविष्य के प्रति हमारा विश्वास मजबूत करते हैं। हमारे प्रतिभाशाली कलाकार, शिल्पकार और साहित्यकार हमारी समृद्ध परंपराओं को आधुनिक अभिव्यक्ति दे रहे हैं। अनेक क्षेत्र के विशेषज्ञ देश के बहुआयामी विकास को दिशा दे रहे हैं। हमारे ऊर्जावान उद्यमी देश को विकसित और आत्मनिर्भर बनाने में अपना योगदान दे रहे हैं। निस्वार्थ भाव से समाज की सेवा करने वाले व्यक्ति और संस्थान अनगिनत लोगों के जीवन में प्रकाश का संचार कर रहे हैं। सरकारी तथा गैर सरकारी कार्यालयों एवं संस्थानों में काम करने वाले सभी कर्तव्यपरायण लोग राष्ट्र निर्माण में अपनी सेवाएं समर्पित कर रहे हैं। जन सेवा के लिए प्रतिबद्ध जनप्रतिनिधि देशवासियों की आकांक्षाओं के अनुरूप कल्याण एवं विकास के लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त कर रहे हैं। इस प्रकार सभी जागरूक एवं संवेदनशील नागरिक हमारे गणतंत्र की प्रगति यात्रा को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। हमारे गणतंत्र को सशक्त बनाने के प्रयासों में कार्यरत सभी देशवासियों की मैं हृदय से सराहना करती हूँ। प्रवासी भारतीयों हमारे गणतंत्र की छवि को विश्व पटल पर गौरव प्रदान करते हैं। मैं उनकी विशेष सराहना करती हूँ। प्यारे देशवासियों, आज के दिन यानी 25 जनवरी को हमारे देश में राष्ट्रीय मतदाता दिवस मनाया जाता है। जनप्रतिनिधियों के निर्वाचन के लिए हमारे वयस्क नागरिक उत्साहपूर्वक मतदान करते हैं। बाबा साहेब डॉक्टर भीमराव अंबेडकर मानते थे कि मताधिकार के प्रयोग से राजनीतिक शिक्षा सुनिश्चित होती है। हमारे मतदाता बाबा साहेब की सोच के अनुरूप अपनी राजनैतिक जागरूकता का परिचय दे रहे हैं। मतदान में महिलाओं की बढ़ती हुई भागीदारी हमारे गणतंत्र का एक शक्तिशाली आयाम है। महिलाओं का सक्रिय और समर्थ होना देश के विकास के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। उनके स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, सुरक्षा और आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण हेतु किए जा रहे राष्ट्रीय प्रयासों से अनेक क्षेत्रों में महिलाओं की भागीदारी बढ़ी है। बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ अभियान से बेटियों की शिक्षा को प्रोत्साहन मिला है। प्रधानमंत्री जन धन योजना के तहत अब तक 57 करोड़ से अधिक बैंक खाते खोले जा चुके हैं। इनमें महिलाओं के खाते लगभग 56% है। हमारी बहनें और बेटियां परंपरागत रूढ़ियों को तोड़कर आगे बढ़ रही हैं। महिलाएं देश के समग्र विकास में सक्रिय योगदान दे रही है। 10 करोड़ से अधिक सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़े बहनें विकास की नई परिभाषा लिख रही हैं। महिलाएं खेत खलिहानों से लेकर अंतरिक्ष तक, स्वरोजगार से लेकर सेनाओं तक अपनी प्रभावी पहचान बना रहे हैं। खेल कूद के क्षेत्र में हमारी बेटियों ने विश्व स्तर पर नए प्रतिमान स्थापित किए हैं। पिछले वर्ष नवंबर में भारत की बेटियों ने आईसीसी वुमेन्स क्रिकेट वर्ल्ड कप और उसके बाद ब्लाइंड वुमेन्स T20 वर्ल्ड कप जीतकर स्वर्णिम इतिहास रचा है। पिछले ही वर्ष चेस वर्ल्ड कप का फाइनल मैच भारत की ही 2 बेटियों के बीच खेला गया। ये उदाहरण खेल जगत में हमारी बेटियों के वर्चस्व का प्रमाण है। ऐसी बेटियों पर देशवासियों को गर्व है। पंचायती राज संस्थाओं में महिला जन प्रतिनिधियों की संख्या लगभग 40% है। महिलाओं के राजनैतिक सशक्तिकरण को नई ऊंचाई देने वाले नारी शक्ति बंधन अधिनियम से महिलाओं के नेतृत्व द्वारा विकास की सोच को अभूतपूर्व शक्ति मिलेगी। विकसित भारत के निर्माण में नारी शक्ति की भूमिका महत्वपूर्ण रहेगी। उनके बढ़ते हुए योगदान से हमारा देश महिला पुरुष समानता पर आधारित समावेशी गणतंत्र का उदाहरण प्रस्तुत करेगा। समावेशी सोच के साथ वंचित वर्गों के कल्याण और विकास के लिए अनेक योजनाओं को कार्य रूप दिया जा रहा है। पिछले वर्ष 15 नवंबर को देशवासियों ने धरती आबा भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की जयंती के दिन 5वां जनजातीय गौरव दिवस मनाया तथा भगवान बिरसा मुंडा की 150वीं जयंती के उपलक्ष्य में मनाए गए उत्सव संपन्न हुए। आदि कर्मयोगी अभियान के माध्यम से जनजातीय समुदाय के लोगों में नेतृत्व क्षमता को निखारा गया। विगत वर्षों में सरकार ने जनजातीय समाज के गौरवशाली इतिहास से देशवासियों का परिचय कराने के लिए संग्रहालय के निर्माण सहित अनेक कदम उठाए। उनके कल्याण और विकास को प्राथमिकता दी गई है। राष्ट्रीय सिकल सेल एनीमिया उन्मूलन मिशन के तहत अब तक 6 करोड़ से अधिक स्क्रीनिंग की जा चुकी है। एकलव्य मॉडल रेसिडेंशियल स्कूलों में लगभग 1,40,000 विद्यार्थी शिक्षा प्राप्त कर रहे हैं तथा अनेक विद्यार्थी ने प्रतियोगी परीक्षाओं में उत्कृष्ट प्रदर्शन किया है। स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा के ऐसे अभियान जनजातीय समुदाय की विरासत और विकास का समन्वय कर रहे हैं। धरती आबा जनजातीय ग्राम उत्कर्ष अभियान तथा पीएम जनमन योजना के द्वारा पीपीटीजी समुदाय सहित सभी जनजातीय समुदाय का सशक्तिकरण हुआ है। हमारे अन्नदाता किसान हमारे समाज के तथा अर्थव्यवस्था के मेरुदंड है। किसानों के परिश्रमी पीढ़ियों ने हमारे देश को खाद्यान्नों में आत्मनिर्भर बनाया है। किसानों के परिश्रम के बल पर ही हम कृषि आधारित उत्पादों का निर्यात कर पा रहे हैं। अनेक किसानों में सफलता के अत्यंत प्रभावशाली उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किए हैं। किसान भाई बहनों को अपने उत्पादों का उचित मूल्य मिले, रियायती ब्याज पर ऋण मिले, प्रभावी बीमा सुरक्षा मिले, खेती के लिए अच्छे बीज मिले, सिंचाई की सुविधाएं मिले, अधिक उत्पादन के लिए उर्वरक उपलब्ध हो, उन्हें आधुनिक कृषि पद्धतियों से जोड़ा जाए तथा जैविक खेती को बढ़ावा दिया जाए। इन सभी विषयों को प्राथमिकता दी जा रही है। पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के द्वारा किसान भाई बहनों के योगदान को आदर दिया जा रहा है तथा उनके प्रयासों को संबल प्रदान किया जा रहा है। दशकों से गरीबी के साथ जूझ रहे करोड़ों देशवासियों को गरीबी की सीमा रेखा से ऊपर लाया गया है। साथ ही ऐसे प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं कि वे पुनः गरीबी से पीड़ित ना होने पाए। अंत्योदय की संवेदना को कार्य रूप देने वाले विश्व की सबसे बड़ी योजना पीएम गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना इस सोच पर आधारित है कि 140 करोड़ से अधिक आबादी वाले हमारे देश में कोई भी भूखा ना रहे। इस योजना से लगभग 81 करोड़ लाभार्थियों को सहायता मिल रही है। गरीब परिवारों के लिए बिजली, पानी तथा शौचालय की सुविधा से युक्त 4 करोड़ से अधिक पक्के घरों का निर्माण करके उन्हें गरिमापूर्ण जीवन जीने तथा आगे बढ़ने का आधार प्रदान किया गया है। गरीबों के कल्याण के हित में किए गए ऐसे प्रयास महात्मा गांधी के सर्वोदय के आदर्श को कार्य रूप देते हैं। विश्व की सबसे बड़ी युवा आबादी हमारे देश में है। गर्व की बात है कि हमारे युवाओं में असीम प्रतिभा है। हमारे युवा उद्यमी, खिलाड़ी, वैज्ञानिक और प्रोफेशनल्स देश में नई ऊर्जा का संचार कर रहे हैं तथा विश्व स्तर पर अपनी पहचान बना रहे हैं। आज बड़ी संख्या में हमारे युवा स्वरोजगार की सफलता के प्रभावशाली उदाहरण प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं। हमारे युवा ही हमारे राष्ट्र की विकास यात्रा के ध्वजवाहक है। मेरा युवा भारत या माई भारत टेक्नोलॉजी की सहायता से संचालित एक अनुभव आधारित शिक्षा व्यवस्था है। ये युवाओं को नेतृत्व और कौशल विकास सहित कई क्षेत्रों में उपलब्ध अवसरों के साथ जोड़ती है। हमारे देश में स्टार्टअप की प्रभावशाली सफलता का प्रमुख श्रेय हमारे युवा उद्यमियों को जाता है। युवा पीढ़ी की आकांक्षाओं पर केंद्रित नीतियों और कार्यक्रम के बल पर देश के विकास को गति मिलेगी। मुझे विश्वास है कि वर्ष 2047 तक विकसित भारत के निर्माण में युवा शक्ति की प्रमुख भूमिका रहेगी। प्यारे देशवासियों, भारत विश्व की सबसे तेज गति से बढ़ने वाली बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था है। विश्व पटल पर अनिश्चितता के बावजूद भारत में निरंतर आर्थिक विकास हो रहा है। हम निकट भविष्य में विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनने के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने के दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। विश्व स्तरीय इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण में निवेश करके हम अपने आर्थिक संरचना का उच्च स्तर पर पुनर्निर्माण कर रहे हैं। आर्थिक नियति के निर्माण की यात्रा में आत्मनिर्भरता और स्वदेशी हमारे मूल मंत्र हैं। स्वाधीनता के बाद देश के आर्थिक एकीकरण के लिए सबसे महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय जीएसटी को लागू करने से वन नेशन वन मार्केट की व्यवस्था स्थापित हुई है। जीएसटी व्यवस्था को और अधिक प्रभावी बनाने के हाल ही के निर्णय से हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था को और अधिक शक्ति मिलेगी। श्रम सुधार के क्षेत्र में 4 लेबर कोड्स जारी किए गए हैं। इससे हमारे श्रमिक भाई बहन लाभान्वित होंगे तथा उद्यमों के विकास को भी गति मिलेगी। प्यारे देशवासियों, प्राचीन काल से ही पूरी मानवता हमारी सभ्यता, संस्कृति तथा आध्यात्मिक परंपरा से लाभान्वित होती रही है। आयुर्वेद, योग तथा प्राणायाम को विश्व समुदाय ने सराहा है, अपनाया है। अनेक महान विभूतियों ने हमारे आध्यात्मिक एवं सामाजिक एकता की धारा को अविरल प्रवाह दिया है। केरल में जन्मे महान कवि, समाज सुधारक और आध्यात्मिक विभूति श्री नारायण गुरु के अनुसार उस स्थान को आदर्श माना जाता है जहां जाति और पंथ के भेदभाव से मुक्त होकर सभी लोग बंधुत्व के साथ रहते हैं। मैं श्री नारायण गुरु के इस विचार को उनकी भाषा में दोहराने का प्रयास करती हूँ। जाति भेदम मोतो देशम एदुम इल्ला देशर्वरुम सौद रत्तेन्न बाडुन्न मातृ का स्थानो मानित। ये गर्व की बात है कि आज का भारत नए आत्मविश्वास के साथ अपने गौरवशाली परंपराओं के प्रति सचेत होकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। हाल के वर्षों में हमारी आध्यात्मिक परंपरा के पवित्र स्थलों को जन चेतना के साथ
All right, so that was the President's address on the eve of New Year, or on the eve of Republic Day. Ladies and gentlemen, all eyes are now on the celebrations that are going to be done tomorrow. 7 a.m. is when the celebrations begin. All eyes will be on that. Republic will be on ground zero. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to more breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with explosives haul that has been found. We learned that the Thawala police station and the district special team, that is the DST of Nagaur district, have achieved a major success in their joint operation against the smuggling of illegal explosives. The police raided a house located in a field of village of Sarhad, Harsur, and seized a large quantity of explosive materials. In this case, the police have arrested 58-year-old Suleiman Khan, son of Kareem Khan, a resident of the same area. According to the police, the accused has already had 3 criminal cases against him. What were these explosives being used for is still under investigation. But this is a major explosive haul, explosive bust that has come in the state of Rajasthan. And remember, this comes just hours ahead of the Republic Day celebrations that are all set to be held nationwide, and at a time when the nation will be celebrating Republic Day. We learned that this is a huge explosive bust that has been made by the Rajasthan police. What was it going to be used for still remains under investigation. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this edition of Live and Breaking. Stay with us, because coming up next, we'll be getting you more agenda-setting stories about the list of Padma awardees that we have, slipping into a very short break for now.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
MDH.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात.
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है.
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला. मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
In a major escalation between the White House and Wall Street, President Donald Trump has filed a massive lawsuit against one of the world's most powerful financial institutions. The president is suing J.P. Morgan Chase and its CEO, Jamie Dimon, seeking at least $5 billion in damages.
No, I haven't stopped it. No, he debanked to me. So we'll see if that beats anything, but I think it should. You shouldn't be debanked. Get debanked if you don't have money or if you fall to have this great company, and all of a sudden I was told, no, you can't do that. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't know what their excuse would be. Maybe their excuse would be the regulators. I don't know. But regardless, I guess it's a good lawsuit because every pundit has come out and said Trump has a great lawsuit here. You're not allowed to do what they did. Jamie Dimon, what he did, he's not allowed to do that.
The lawsuit filed on
Warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the latest edition of Republic Defense, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. This edition is going to be dedicated to our forces as we celebrate Republic Day this year. Let's take a look at what do we expect at the Republic Day Parade this year. All right, so ahead of Republic Day 2026, India has sent out a clear message of strength, preparedness and resolve. From battle-hardened tanks and long-range artillery to precision missile systems and cutting-edge anti-drone warfare, the Indian Armed Forces put their operational might on full display. This is not just a ceremonial showcase, viewers, but a demonstration of India's growing indigenous capability and combat readiness. Take a look.
The Republic Day parade, we witnessed the true military might of the Indian Armed Forces. Leading the armored formation were the BMP-2 infantry combat vehicles.
We can now see the BMP-2 crossing us. The BMP-2 is a vehicle that is equipped with the main gun, the 155mm gun, and behind that it has a capacity of carrying 7 to 12 crew members. These are used to insert men into high versatile locations. This is the indigenously developed anti-aircraft tracked vehicle by the Indian Army.
The battle-hardened T-90 Bhishma tanks and the indigenous Arjun main battle tanks with high-caliber main guns capable of engaging targets several kilometers away, and these platforms are comparable to America's Abrams and Russia's T-72s.
These are the Arjun Mark I tanks, indigenously developed and deployed in the field. These are the pride of India's nation. With a 155mm smoothbore gun and a range of approximately 800 kilometers, these tanks are been developed by the Indian Army and by the Indigenous Design Bureau of the Indian Army. These armor brigades have been equipped with the Kaveri armor.
With a strike range of around 4 kilometers and fire and forget capability similar to Israel's Spike and the US Javelin, following closely behind was the indigenous Nag anti-tank guided missile system. Rolling in next was the formidable K9 Vajra self-propelled artillery system, which is capable of delivering devastating firepower at ranges exceeding 40 kilometers and giving a tough competition to South Korea's K9 Thunder.
Behind that is the Vajra artillery system. Now these artillery systems are highly mobile, precise, and do away with the requirement of a towed vehicle. This automatically powered, diesel powered generation with 1500 bhp of power and a range of approximately 60 kilometers. This is one of the most powerful vehicles in the Indian Army, having the capability to strike deep into the enemy territory.
Next in line were the anti-drone warfare systems, and these systems provide India the ability to detect, jam and neutralize unmanned aerial threats.
Now this vehicle is of extreme importance because this is the newly developed anti-drone warfare system you can see in the hands of the soldier. This has the capability of using electronic microwave signals to stop drones from coming close to the forces, and this can ensure that drones are stopped without using ammunition or without the use of projectile weapons. This ensures that the cost effectiveness of the attack is reduced by a significant margin.
Alongside them moved the highly agile anti-tank mobile teams, equipped with portable missile systems capable of striking armored targets from several kilometers away. These teams add speed, flexibility and lethal punch to India's ground combat doctrine. The army showcased a powerful mix of legacy Soviet-era artillery and modern M777 ultra-light howitzers. While older guns reflect decades of battlefield experience, the NATO-grade M777 capable of striking targets up to 30 kilometers.
These are Soviet era guns that have gotten a new purpose due to the changing nature of warfare. These Soviet era guns have now been equipped with modern radar and ranging systems, ensuring that they provide a capable defense against drones, incoming drones. Now this initially was developed as an anti-aircraft gun for low-flying targets, but however the changing nature of war is such that these guns have gotten a new lease on life and they have a new defined purpose of doing anti-drone warfare for the Indian Army.
The multi-barrel rocket launching systems, including the Pinaka system, followed next, with strike ranges exceeding beyond 70 kilometers and comparable in role to the US HIMARS and Russia's Smerch.
Behind me you can see the multi-barrel rocket launching system. This played a crucial role during Operation Sindoor. The multi-barrel rocket launching system is a Soviet era designed multi-barrel rocket launcher. This has been developed further by the DRDO and has now an increased capability of 120 kilometers. This multi-barrel rocket launching system has provided Indian Army with the ability to do area denial, accurate attacks, and most importantly, devastating firepower for the Indian Army. Behind that is the Pinaka system that has been developed by the DRDO. This Pinaka system has a multitude of rockets and multitude of rocket types that have been inducted with a range of approximately 90 to 120 kilometers. This is one of the longest range rocket launching systems in the Indian Army. It also played a very crucial role during Operation Sindoor because this has been completely developed in India and has provided the Indian Army with the capability to do deep strikes within the enemy territory without exposing themselves to enemy fire.
Missile systems used during Operation Sindoor were also seen moving past the parade. These platforms underline India's operational readiness and reflect missile capabilities that have been proven in the real-world conditions. The BrahMos and Akash missile systems drew particular attention, with BrahMos the fastest supersonic cruise missile in the world, capable of striking targets close to 300 kilometers away, and Akash providing robust air defense coverage up to 25 kilometers.
This is the BrahMos missile system. This is the most powerful, most lethal missile system in the Indian forces. A supersonic missile system that devastated Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. This is the reason why Pakistan had to back down during Operation Sindoor.
Following these astonishing visuals, we witnessed the ceremonial 21-gun salute. The guns truly showed their might during the firing ceremony. We even spoke with the commanding officer, Major Pawan Shekhawat, regarding the entire ceremony.
First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to mention that it's a matter of immense pride and privilege for the ceremonial battery to provide 21 gun salute on the occasion of 77th Republic Day this year. Now coming on to the significance. 21 gun salute is one of the highest military honor that is given on Republic Day, Independence Day, and whenever head of state visit is there in India.
This truly shows the capability and the might of the Indian Armed Forces.
From high-altitude warfare units and mounted cavalry in full combat gear to unmanned ground vehicles, drone warfare and advanced missile systems, this year's Republic Day parade reflects a force that is modern, indigenous and operationally ready. With this being the first Republic Day parade post-Operation Sindoor, our team went on ground in Jaipur and spoke to the officers behind the formidable weapons to understand what it takes to operate them and what they signal about India's defense posture.
We are here with Captain Harshita. She is the contingent commander for the Remount Veterinary Corps. This is the first time this corps is going to be displaying camels, ponies, eagles and dogs during the Republic Day parade. Let us understand more how this contingent features in the Republic Day. Good morning, ma'am. Please help us understand the types of animals and their roles in the army.
As you must have seen also that this time the Renowned Veterinary Corps contingent is very uniquely curated. We are having 2 Bactrian camels from Ladakh, 4 Zanskari ponies, 4 raptors, and then we have army dogs that are taking part in the contingent. Amongst the army dogs, we are using 5 types of indigenous breed.
Ma'am, in the given day and age, drone warfare has become very important, and these kites and these eagles are being used to defend against drones. Could you help us understand how does this training take place?
Yes, so the birds have natural capabilities and that enhances the operational effectiveness. And presently we are training these black kites for anti-drone operations and surveillance purpose. You can also observe that there is a camera mounted on their head, which helps us in surveillance. So that is how their training is being done for these 2 main operational roles.
Ma'am, you mentioned Bactrian camels. What is the unique feature of this camel that gives it a special role in the army?
These animals are highly adaptable and they can work at an altitude of more than 15,000 feet in cold, thin air and steepy terrains. So they are highly, they have a very good endurance and they can be utilized for different purposes such as logistical support and mounted patrolling in cold desert areas of borders.
We are here with Lieutenant Chaudhary. He will be leading the Mixed Scouts contingent during the Republic Day Parade 2026. Let us understand what Scouts are and what is the equipment that they use. Sir, what are Scouts? Could you help us understand that first?
Scouts is basically based on the concept of Sons of the Soil, where recruitment is done from the local area. Because the local troops are well versed with the area and with the weather conditions as well. Scouts is majorly deployed in high altitude and they have exceptional mountaineering skills, whether it be navigating through vertical rock faces, and they have a high endurance in such high altitude areas as well.
Sir, Scouts are normally deployed at high altitudes such as Siachen and other high altitude places. So what are the specific challenges that they have to overcome and what are the challenges that they face at such high altitudes?
I would say we are trained for such conditions and we have done training to operate in such high altitude areas. So this is a part of job and we are very much proficient in what we do.
So what is the specialized equipment that you are showcasing during the 26th January Republic Day Parade?
We are showcasing this specialized clothing. This is called extreme cold weather clothing system. This is also called a 3-layer suit, in which the innermost layer is all black, the middle layer is green and the outer, as you can see, is all white. This is very lightweight and breathable also. This is windproof and waterproof as well.
We are here with Captain Ahan Kumar. He is the contingent commander for 61 Cavalry. The 61 Cavalry has been an integral part of the Republic Day Parade for a very long time. But this year they are doing something different. This year they are in full combat uniform. We'll be talking to Captain Ahan Kumar about this. Sir, why is it that this year we are showcasing the full combat readiness of the 61 Cavalry?
So, since the theme of the parade, we have to showcase the battle array formation and cavalry, which has an operational role of surveillance in cross-country terrain where vehicles cannot enter and it is difficult for the soldier on foot to travel for long-range patrols. That's where horses are used and we are showcasing our combat role in the parade.
So India is one of the last countries to still have an active cavalry mounted unit. Do you believe that in the current scenario with technology coming up so much, the cavalry still has significance in the army?
Absolutely. In places where even drones can't enter terrain like dense jungle, you need horses for long range patrolling. Apart from that, the training of the army officers and the officers of any defense of the armed forces, it is a very important part to keep horse riding for the development of leadership skills. It teaches offensive spirit and risk-taking ability.
Sir, What kind of weapons would you be showcasing in the 61 Cavalry during the Republic Day Parade this year?
We are carrying AK-203, which is a standard issue weapon of the Indian Army.
We are here with Captain Vikas Yadav, the contingent commander for 1 Gorkha Rifles. The Gorkha Rifles this year are showcasing a lot of mobility vehicles and unmanned vehicles, and we'll be speaking to him about the same. So please tell us about the vehicles that are being displayed at the Republic Day Parade this year.
So as part of infantry contingent, we are showcasing unmanned ground vehicle. This is the first time we are showcasing on Republic Day Parade, and under Atmanirbhar Bharat, we are inducting these vehicles into army. So it is a high payload 4x4 vehicle, which is designed for surveillance, medicine supply, and logistic support across across cross country. The main features of this equipment is the advanced autonomy and self capability. It can navigate through difficult terrains on its own, and it can independently choose its route.
So what are the names of the vehicles that will be showcased during the Republic Day Parade this year?
So the 4 vehicles which we are showcasing this time are, one is Bhairav, other one is Bhuvi Rakshak, one is Nigrah, and other one is Krishna. So these are the 4 vehicles which we are showcasing.
So what are the roles of these vehicles after the names, please?
So there are various means by which we can use these vehicles. Like for surveillance we can use it, and the basic use of these vehicles in infantry, if I can tell you, is the last 100 to 200 meters of battle which infantry earlier used to do with its bayonets and rifles, where the casualty of infantry soldiers was quite high. So to reduce that, to fight that last 100 meters of battle, we are inducting these vehicles. We can mount mission-oriented payloads, mission-oriented weapons on these vehicles, so that we can neutralize the enemy in close combat battle.
We are here with Captain Dibijit Mukherjee. He is the contingent commander for the Drone Shakti, showcasing a lot of the latest tech that is there with the Indian Army. We'll be speaking with him about the types of drones and their significance. Sir, this year Republic Day is the first Republic Day after Operation Sindoor, and we saw the significance of drones during Operation Sindoor. Could you help us understand what types and what are the types of drones that will be showcased during the 26th January parade this year?
Well, as the recent global conflicts have demonstrated, drones have become vital components of multi-domain warfare and help us achieve operational success in the modern battlefield. So, Project Drone Shakti, it symbolizes the Indian Army's integrated framework for the sustenance and development of drones in the forward areas itself. And as far as the drones are concerned, it will deal with all types of drones, be it surveillance drones, logistic drones, and also the kamikaze drones. There will also be precision strike advanced armed drones which are on display on our vehicle, and these are all flagship indigenous drones which have been developed in-house by the Corps of EME to cater to India's specific operational demands. The indigenous flagship drones, namely leading the fleet is Khadga Chakra. It is an IC engine powered drone which has unmatched long range reconnaissance and surveillance capability. It is also a true symbol of Atmanirbharta since it has been developed in-house. Along with it are the advanced armed drones, Baz, Sudarshan and Navastra 81. These are all precision strike drones which highlight India's growing precision striking potential. Along with it is also a kamikaze drone, Shakti.
We are here with Lieutenant Shashank Sharma. Lieutenant Shashank Sharma is the contingent commander for the Nag Namis missile system. This is an anti-tank missile that is mounted on a BMP platform. Let us understand with him what are the features and special features of this particular system. Sir, please tell us what are the features and capabilities of the Nag system.
Nag missile system is developed by DRDO, and this time we have got the Nag missile Mark II. And this time we have got 4 launchers along with 30 mm gun and 7.62 PKT.
Sir, this is being mounted on a Soviet-era BMP. Do you believe that this is the right platform for the same?
It is good. It is a good platform. We have seen in different terrains. It operates very well.
The Nag platform is an anti-tank missile with terminal diving capabilities. So, how is it that this is being featured against a Javelin or a man-portable device? How is it different?
Basically, for Nag missile, we are developing it, and we have got the Russian Russian ICV. So if we compare it with the other javelin and other anti-tank missiles, we are capable enough to make our own missiles and do operate them.
So let's take you through the preparations of India's air warriors, the Sky Warriors, the Indian Air Force. This year's flypast promises to be a spectacular display of air power and joint operational strength. 8 formations comprising 29 aircraft will take to the skies over the Kartavya Path, including the 16 fighter aircraft, 4 transport aircraft and 9 helicopters from the Indian Air Force, the Indian Army and the Indian Navy. From frontline fighters to force multipliers, the flypast will reflect India's growing aerial dominance. Let's hear it from the guardians of the sky themselves. Thank you so much for watching and Jai Hind.
India is gearing up for a historic 77th Republic Day celebrations. The yearly Republic Day parade set to take place at Kartavya Path, New Delhi, and this year the parade bears a special significance.
This is going to be the first Republic Day parade after Operation Sindoor, and it indeed is a significant one. Operation Sindoor is going to prominently during the 26th January parade.
And that's not all. This year also commemorates the 150th anniversary of India's national song Vande Mataram. Republic struck up a conversation with squadrons and members of the Indian Armed Forces preparing for the prestigious march. Wing Commander Rajesh Deswal, in conversation with Republic, spoke briefly about the aircrafts that will be participating in the flypast.
This year we will have a total of 29 aircraft participating in the Republic Day flypast. If I give you the breakdown of those aircraft, then we will have a total of 16 fighter aircraft, 4 transport aircraft and 9 helicopter aircraft. And if we talk about the formations which have been dedicated towards the Operation Sindoor, then we have 3 formations. They will be Prahar and Garud formations that will be part of the battle array format, and the lead aircraft in the Prahar formation will have the Operation Sindoor flag. And a single powerful composite formation of comprising of 4 types of fighters will be the Sindoor formation. It will have 2 Rafale aircraft, 2 MiG-29 aircraft, 2 Su-30 MKI and a single Jaguar aircraft.
Members of the marching contingent this year were also happy to oblige Republic in talks as to how each stride is going to reflect the achievements of the army, particularly Operation Sindoor.
I'm Squad Leader Nikita Chaudhary. I'm one of the supernumerary officers who will be walking in the contingent. Yes, as you correctly said, that we usually wake up at 3 in the morning to get ourselves prepared for the training sessions, which starts at 4. And as we have to walk on the Kartavya Path, which is a long route march. So yeah, the training starts early in this chilled weather. So the training is regular, it's intense, but it's our commitment and perseverance that keeps us through.
That was beautifully said, ma'am. Chandrasekhar sir, could you please tell me why is this personally important to you to perform at the Republic Day parade?
The question which is yours, that why it is important for me as a personally, it's just that this feeling does not only belongs to me. It's general feeling with all the armed forces officers or the men which is there, because it's a matter of pride for us that we are representing our Indian Air Force in the marching contingent.
Dinesh sir, this is the first Republic Day parade after Operation Sindoor. How is that significant for you in this parade?
As you saw, Operation Sindoor had been a successful operation for us, but the parade per se it has come up really well. The preparation that we have put this year for the past couple of months, it will be showcased on that day, wherein we'll be marching in unison on that day, and each and every step that we take will be reflected on that day.
This time around, the band performance celebrates an achievement with the first batch of women joining and playing at the parade.
This year we are more focused on Indianization of tune, and हमारा focus ये रहता है कि हमारा own composition, हमारा flavor ज़्यादा उसको showcase करे, and more of the indigenous tunes. And another part is that we are playing sound barrier. Composed by the MW George BSM, which is Seva Medal. So you will listen that tune on the dais. Just before that you will listen Sare Jaan Se Acha, and before that you will listen Nidar Yoda, and this kind of tunes will be showcasing on the Raspat.
Squadron leader Roop Chandra, who is also the first musical officer from the Northeast and also one holding the position from the Northeast, elaborated on how this music unites the nation one tune at a time.
ये एक country को जो हमारा पैरेड कंटिंजेंट होता है सर्विसेज का अपना अपना सर्विसेज का जो म्यूजिक होता है म्यूजिक इज़ ऑलरेडी रिलेटेड विद ह्यूमन हार्ट एंड व्हाइल दे आर मार्चिंग एंड एवरीथिंग व्हाट वी प्ले इट्स अ काइंड ऑफ सेरेमोनियल तौर पर माना जाता है म्यूजिक ऐसा एक चीज़ है जो जन्म से लेके मरण तक ये हमारा साथ रहता है समटाइम्स नोइंगली अननोइंगली तो टू रिड्यूस द फैटिक ऑफ द इंडियन सोल्जर्स इवन वाइल मार्चिंग ऑल्सो we introduce music. So music जो है इसमें irrespective of barrier of language, caste, creed, religion, everything, it breaks all the breaks and it brings unity and oneness, and we can enjoy every form of music with anyone. So music itself is a different language.
All eyes now on the prestigious Republic Day parade. The ceremony is slated to begin at 9:30 a.m. with Prime Minister Narendra Modi laying a wreath at the National War Memorial, following which the parade is set to commence at 10:30 a.m.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
After all these years of experience, I think I have a very strange equation with fame. I enjoy it sometimes. Like, I am famous. That's the reason I'm here with you today. I'm enjoying my time with you. Yay. But I think I know the transient nature of this.
I also feel that way. Always enjoy the moment. Know that nothing lasts. Don't get attached to any one thing too much, thinking that it is yours. We're lucky to be here at this moment.
Can I ask you, you're so famous. How do you deal with this?
I have a theory about it. As a satire to my life, I say, you put a lamppost on TV for 25 years at 9 o'clock every night, it will be a very famous lamppost. तो मैं तो अपने आप को मैं तो नहीं, not generous. It's a complete total reality.
I was invited to Labasna. I was invited by Labasna to speak to the officer trainees.
Wow, that's very unconventional, I must say. Yeah.
I was the only actor who was invited.
What did you talk about?
I spoke about my life. We spoke of 12th fail. I spoke about my life, and I love sharing my life with people because this is such a privilege, sir, for me to be sitting here chatting with you, even interacting with those students there.
Yes.
Those officer trainees there.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, my numbers could be wrong.
Yeah.
There were more than 600 officer trainees inducted in civil services last year, or last to last year probably. Out of which I think 50% were out on some form of training. There were only 330 officer trainees present there when I was speaking. And by the end of it, when I was walking back, there were more than 30 to 40 officer trainees who came up to me and told me, we are here because of 12th fail.
Oh God.
Can you believe this?
Amazing.
That's the impact of storytelling.
Wow.
That's the impact of cinema.
When I first came on TV as an anchor, I used to do something called Surkhiyan, which is the headlines in Hindi.
Yeah.
Then when I anchored a little bit, people little bit recognize you. Yeah. So when I used to take my car out to put petrol, the guy putting petrol said, "Sir, kaun se serial mein aate hain?" Oh God, my journalistic career has gone for a toss. The one thing which matters most to me when I meet people for this series is the spirit of authenticity. Are you true to your art, to your craft, to your business, whatever it is that you may do? For me, authenticity is key to success. And the person who I'm bringing on the program today, if I were to say there's one thing that I really admire the person for in the short time I've known him, is the fact that he's a completely authentic individual. Now, you do not very often find people from the world of cinema who are authentic, because you're told, it may or may not be true, that you have to convey yourself in ways that you are not. You have to behave like you're a star, like you're a celebrity. And when I was growing up as a child, I remember going to a film shoot and I saw Rajesh Khanna sitting somewhere, and I remember going and taking an autograph. It was always as if the actor had to be larger than life. In today's day and age, an actor is known by their craft. In this decade, the 2020s, we've seen the explosion of a new kind of talent in our cinema industry, in our movie industry, because you can't really separate OTT, television and cinema, can you? You've seen new talent come, both as directors, producers, but principally as actors. And one of the people in that sphere who I consider perhaps one of the finest and most authentic of all is Vikrant Masi. Now, what do I say about Vikrant? I probably met him the first time about a year and a half back.
The nation wants to know. The nation wants to know कि इंग्लिश स्पीकिंग लड़के की किस्मत में सिर्फ इंग्लिश स्पीकिंग कोर्स क्यों होता है और इंग्लिश स्पीकिंग लड़की क्यों नहीं? द नेशन वांट्स टू नो. एंड लाइक दिस
I liked him. I found him very grounded, down to earth, clear and authentic. So I always believed, and I've said this in Mercedes Brings You the New Business of Life, that to be successful, you must be clear about who you are and where you need to go. It's not about talking big, it's about doing big. It's not just about dreaming, but it's about execution. But finally, when you go back home, it's about being true to yourself. So it brings me great pleasure. And I know I've interviewed founders, startup owners, business persons so far. This is the first person I'm bringing you, not from the world of Bollywood, I would say, but from the world of cinema, from the world of moving arts. And I'm excited to introduce Vikrant to you. So let's go and catch up. Vikrant, hi.
Such a pleasure to see you again. Such a pleasure.
Thank you, Vikrant.
So much for having me here again.
You're very kind to come here to our campus. I was just saying in the introduction, and that, I find authenticity to be the most important thing in any person.
Thank you.
And you're probably one of the few people I meet from the world of cinema who's so grounded and so authentic.
Thank you so much for your generous words, for your kind words. And like you said, yes, I had the great opportunity to meet you a year and a half
About
back.
a year and a half back, yeah.
Right here for
yes,
Sangam.
Right here.
And So thank you for having me here again, and thank you for your generous words. And it's such a pleasure to see you again. And as most people can see, we all know he works 16, 18 hours a day. He's got an injured thumb. He's still doing what he does best, and he's here doing this with us. So thank you.
No, I look at learning. For me, this episode is two things are important to doing this episode. First, I have to find a person who is willing to risk their life with me at the wheels.
I'm willing to do that.
I keep looking for a murga, as they say in Delhi language, every few months. I found quite a few. And the second important thing is someone I can learn something from.
Oh, that's so.
So when we drive around today, and welcome to Noida and Greater Noida, by the way. It's the emerging new hub of Uttar Pradesh, the yogi way of life, as we say. A lot of development in this area, lots of stuff happening. And so when we drive around, we'll talk about your films, your art, your everything, and your life is in my hands with my broken
I'm in safe hands. I can definitely say that.
We'll have fun driving around. We're all
wow, we've got all cameras.
We are all cameraed up. Everything is on record. And
it's a beautiful, beautiful car.
It's a beautiful car. I'm grateful. These cars are so high tech. Okay.
And these are soft touch cars.
Soft touch cars.
Yeah, so you wouldn't even know the knob is moving.
Yeah. Shall we go?
Yes.
Every time you drive a new car,
yeah,
you get used to it takes you 2 minutes to get used to into the electronics around.
But this is like a cockpit, right?
This is like a cockpit.
This is actually like a cockpit. It can intimidate anyone.
It can. And we bring down the temperature a wee bit. Do you like the Delhi cold?
I love it.
Huh?
I come from Mumbai.
You come from Mumbai. Do you enjoy this weather?
I love it. This is the only time during winter. The only time that you actually get to sort of wear those fancy jackets that you have.
You miss doing that in Bombay?
I really do. I really miss wearing those jackets, those hoodies and your scarves. Yeah.
I love the sense of space that we have in Noida. This part, when we came here, it was all empty. And now we see a lot of companies being built around Republic, where we are now moving out of. And there are robotics companies, there are new age companies.
Yeah.
So now we are moving out of the campus. We're going to take you for a little ride around.
Sure. I would love to.
And so let's have fun.
Yep.
Great. So this is our campus on the right. This is sector 158 in Noida.
And and I must say this on record, that the campus at Republic is not just sprawling, it is beautiful.
Yeah, thank you.
And it's so, I believe you've done a lot of sustainable stuff here.
We did 1,400 trees out here. We're doing things as sustainably as possible. I'm not very much into it, but we take a lot of pride in the fact that there's a lot of outdoors.
Oh, yeah, your team was telling me this.
What were they saying?
They were saying that we've planted a few thousand trees. We've used a lot of recycled stuff in the construction.
Yes.
You haven't used a lot of paint.
No.
Right?
No.
It's all brick wall.
Anyway, Vikrant, let's drive regardless. Now tell me, how have things been? In this episode, Vikrant, I try to get to know people outside of my field. I know very little. And I really believe, Vikrant, that you learn by knowing about the lived experience of other people, right?
Yeah.
You and I are from very different professions.
Yes.
So tell me, what makes you? Let me bust out.
What makes me
broad. I believe, everybody is a product of their experiences.
Yeah.
What makes Vikrant Massey? What is in this din and competitiveness of cinema? What made you come out? What made you break through? And what keeps you where you are? Broad question to start.
Yeah, pretty broad. But I think most of it, I might sound a little pompous when I talk about myself. I think most of it is for other people to answer. But what makes me me, I think it's you've used this wonderful word, which is a shared experience, a common experience, of a shared history rather.
Yeah.
I think I've been very fortunate with the fact that the audiences have been so generous, even after 21 years of professional work.
Yeah.
I started off with TV. I did nearly a decade of television. It's been more than 10, 11, 12 years. In fact, we are in 26 now.
Yeah.
12 years of acting in cinema. The love has only grown, the support has only grown. And I say this with all humility because I'm 38. Already have 21 years of experience and the audiences are still there supporting me.
21 years?
Yeah.
You started when I was 16.
That is the first time you faced the camera? Yes. I was 16.
For television?
For television.
So tell me about the first time you faced the camera. Let's start there.
I started off, I remember the date also very, very clearly. It was 19th of December 2004 when I faced the camera for the first time. And prior to that, I was working as a barista. I did that job because I had to, and most people know that I did those odd jobs because I had to support my own education. So I'm not going to get in that sob story, my struggle. I used to work in Shamak Davar's troupe as an assistant instructor, and out of the blue, in a restaurant, you've lived in Mumbai.
Yes.
So the restaurant in Pali Hill, out of the blue.
Out of the blue? Oh,
Yes.
okay. Yeah.
So I was offered my first Carter Road corner. Yes. I was offered my first TV stint by a lady named Deepti Kalwani there, and I think she liked my face. I was young and I was bright with stars in my eyes, and she offered me my first TV show then. And that's how the journey began.
What was the role?
I was offered to play the lead role in a TV show
At 16?
At 16. It was a teenage show. It was
What was the show?
The show was called Kahan Hoon Main. It was a part fantasy show about a guy who goes invisible.
Okay.
Yeah, a very good show. And you will not believe, I quit my job at Shamak. I used to get paid. I used to conduct classes with some of the senior instructors in SDIPA, which is Shamak Davar's Institute for Performing Arts.
Yes.
I quit that job, a stable job. I went in for this TV show. They offered me a lot of money, and I actually went in for the money because I was in college. That was first year junior college.
Okay.
11th standard, like is a first year junior college in is school in Delhi, and most CBSE boards, but it's college in Mumbai. And I shot for that TV show, sir. Shot for that TV show. I think we shot for 7 episodes across 8-9 months, and that show never came on air.
Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, the broadcasters had something to do with the
You must have
producers.
been absolutely crushed with it.
I was absolutely crushed.
Because you must